Friends, good evening. This is Ankit Khanelwal, your host from Delhi. And we have Kimberly Calhoun joining us from North Carolina. We have Rakesh ji from Hong Kong and Sasha from Canada. Good morning to all and good morning to the world. And good evening and to Rakesh ji as well. I think it's late night in Hong Kong.
Yeah,
Namaste.
good evening.
Economics Monday, and we have a great lineup discussing economics and how are the re-entry strategies and what will happen post lockdown and how the economic impacts happen to the global economy. So you can
Well,
start.
also, I want to add to that, Ankit, that in America, it is Memorial Day,
Yeah,
which is a day that we pay our respects to all of those who have served our country. So it's also a good time to think about, be very, very thankful for the people who are going to join us today. To talk about the economics because the people who served our country that we're paying respects for today did so that we had a safe and comfortable quality of life, right? They did that for us,
yeah,
and so we need to pay that respect forward. And to do so, one of the doctors said yes last week. Now that we're living, we have to make a living. and and I really took that to heart. Now that we are living, now that we're figuring out how to survive this, we need to start making that living again. So, a lot of good things on the forefront. Apparently, another SBA might be going through for our economics, or they're still talking about the old one. But I've been reading reviews of the new rules. So I can't imagine that they made new rules on top of the old loan. But be careful out there of the articles you read because a lot of them are paid for advertisements so that people can sell their tool or services. So be very careful. And I'm going to tell you guys on Wednesday, if Ann, Kit, and Nick or everybody's okay with it, I'm going to walk you through filling out a form because I did it just to see how complicated it was. And if you run a standard small business, it's not that complicated. I mean, you got to know your numbers, right? You got to know your business, but you don't need to pay a CPA to do it for you, unless you pay a CPA to do your numbers. But anyway, I just I thought it odd all of this hoopla. I also discovered that they say that there's a 75% forgiveness rule, so at 75% you're forgiven for, and 25% you're not. But there's some interesting print in all of that in the economics of it. If you read it, that if you're smart enough, you'll figure out that you might be able to get 100% forgiveness, not just. But you got to read through it, right? Don't just skim through it. Read through it. Most CPAs are not pointing this out to the small businesses. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because they didn't read through it, if they're told not to, because if you have 25% that is not forgiven and you have to pay that interest back to the bank, of course that's more money in their pocket at the end of the day. So be very, very careful about who you're trusting to review your SBA loan application to, um, and make sure that you get every amount of money that you're entitled to, right? So anyway, so that's the economics of kind of what's going on here. Sasha, what's going on in Canada?
In Canada, well, we basically opening most of the stores, parks, schools will be closed until September, and so there's online courses for most grades. Some people like it, some people don't like it so much, but when there is no choice, you probably should like it. And yesterday I saw a very interesting program on CNN, a report, special report by Farid Zakaria about coronavirus, how it originated and what's happened and so on. Very detailed, well researched, a lot of real shots, like documentary style program, and basically conclusion is very simple, that if indeed China was not forthcoming for what's happened there, it was a period of exactly 6 days. there was a 6 days lag between when they could shoot and maybe had to inform and choose not to for various reasons, whatever they are. But we are talking about 6 days, whereas in United States we are talking about 6 weeks, not days, but 6 weeks. And obviously, out of almost 100,000 deaths, what happened in the United States, a lot of lives could have been saved if not for the 6 weeks. Essentially, it's kind of on a borderline of stupidity and intellectual laziness and simply contempt for informing people and taking care of what had to be done, and it wasn't done. Another issue was very interesting that as much as well, we all agreed here not to talk about religion, but what's interesting is that no religious leader in no country whatsoever took a leading role to advise people, to help people, to organize something, to just make his voice heard. Nothing from Roman Catholic Church, nothing from Protestant, nothing from Judaism, nothing from probably the Muslims. I'm not following the Muslim developments, but nobody ever heard that they voiced something of concern, of how to help, how to organize, and that was their definitely staring moment. That's where they really should have become visible, have a message, a soothing words, organize something, at least acknowledged that they're still there. But what's happened is they're almost like disappeared.
Well, I think maybe we don't know, right? We don't know anything, and we can only speculate. I do know that Francis had made a few statements. The Pope made a few statements during the course, but mainly more of support and prayer, faith, right? But like you said, there were no leadership, religious leadership roles being played to say, how do we take care of each other, right? How do we promote taking care of each other and supporting each other on a global basis? And you're right, that is very, very odd, because this is usually their grand stage. So
absolutely. Very disappointed. I mean, church is basically a religion for practical purposes. To me, religion means really that all Western art is based on religious stories, and whether it's Old Testament or New Testament or so on. So basically, if it wouldn't be for arts, I would dismiss it all, and it's probably done almost everywhere because of the scientific developments or so on. So, but let's leave it alone, because not everybody would agree with me.
But so, because I know we talk about not religion, but religion on our network is more about getting up there and heavily influencing people in your religious beliefs. That's where we draw the line is that we are not about paid for religious TV, and we're not about we just, that's not what we support. But I agree with you that that is something to take a look at, and a very interesting concern. Rakesh, what about in your area of the woods? Things are really shifting really hard right now with the people re-entering, but Hong Kong didn't really have a big issue with this.
They have a lifestyle which
exactly
sort of limits the spread of the virus, because they have had some experience with the SARS-1. In terms of, I didn't see any religious activity here, because most of the people are very practical, business-minded people. They have, of course, Confucianism and Buddhism, but it doesn't take any kind of leadership in these kind of matters. I think they sort of leave it to the scientists and the government. In terms of economics, the stock market has been hit by the the recent announcements about national security, but I think it will bounce back. Doesn't really affect the average Joe on the street. Um, it, of course, brings the autonomous region closer to the ambit of the mainland, but that's been happening and sort of almost expected with a kind of resignation now. So yeah, that's what's been happening in Hong Kong. Nothing much else really.
I think you hit the nail on the head. Your current lifestyle was really in place to prevent a epidemic spread in essence. So when the pandemic happened, you were already in place. Your practices are already there. So one of the things I learned in the past few days is Iceland did extremely well. And though many people were very skeptical about the way they were handling it, they have pretty much controlled the whole pandemic, and their children continue to go to school. Their children never stayed home. And what they did was first off, they had a pandemic plan. Go figure. They had a plan. So the minute it hit their country, the first person, this is when they took action, the first person that tested positive, right? They took action and they traced that person back real quick. And they immediately started testing, but not testing people with symptoms. They just assumed they had it. They just said, go quarantine, whether you have flu or you don't need to be spreading anything. Go home, stay home. We'll treat you. But they tested the people who didn't have symptoms. And they did per capita. They have exercised and performed more tests than any other country on their people. But their deaths were 10, which is, more than what Hong Kong was. But perhaps maybe they, weren't as prepared at the hospital to treat the people. We don't know, right? We don't know why those people died. But, and their spread was very, very minimal. Very, very. But again, they exercised good practices. When people went to work, they had good practices. They wore masks, but they didn't stop working. Their community and their people continue to go to school. And there was an age group that they kind of did a minimal lockdown on. And that particular age group until they were tested, right? Until they had control over things. And now they just deal it with a flare-up situation. And I'm looking for some good articles that people would believe to be able to play, because, people go, oh, that's from Fox. They're anti-Trump. Oh, that's from CNN. That's Bloomberg. So I'm trying to find an article that's where people will say that's non-political. But, the thing is there's probably not a news media out there that people aren't going to point fingers at. But what I will say is that Sasha could not have said it better. It is the countries who took the right leadership role to prevent widespread, right? They didn't hesitate. And the U.S. is proof of that. We waited 6 to 8 weeks before we did anything. And
I was really taken aback when he was showing in this documentary a lot of pictures of everyday's life in China, and especially when they started to take complete isolation of Wuhan, and were absolutely empty streets, no people, no cars, absolutely nothing, and it was so strictly am I coming through? It was so
it's hard to hear you. Can you change up just a little bit?
You see, all this was so strictly enforced, all this isolation, that you can't imagine it could have been done more stricter than it was. And immediately after that, he shows all these U.S. beaches which are open now, and there are so many people. Nobody obeys any distance, and everybody's running around like. So it's either it's complete ignorance, or how would you call it? I even don't know. And you must really think about it, and it's a sharp contrast when you see these two pictures.
Well, I wouldn't call it ignorance as much as I would call it arrogance in America.
Yeah, I agree.
And the attitude is because everybody's like talking down to me whenever I say I'm not going to travel yet, I'm going to wait. And everybody, well, and I have a rare disease, and I just don't want to compromise myself anymore or my family and put them in a situation. But, they want me to go to events and things like that. And I'm like, no, not yet. But they go, and other family who go, well, I'm not going to live in fear. I'm not going to let me live in fear. And I'm going, you're absolutely right. You're not going to live if you're not going to. But nobody is, right? If you have that kind of attitude, I mean, how is that being respectful to somebody who has a compromised situation and they're going to the store? Well, they can wear a mask. But if you're not wearing a mask, you can. So people have this really self-entitled civil right liberty attitude right now. And it's really kind of disappointing because I would never go out of my way if there was something that could compromise them to hurt them because I wanted to live a little better, a little better or freer. I wouldn't go out of my way to do that, but they do. So, and only in the US are you going to find this attitude. I don't see it heavily embedded in other countries. I'm sure you have it in other countries, but it's not heavily embedded. And we have a wonderful person here, Makish Sinha.
Yeah, hello.
Welcome.
Namaste.
Namaste. So where are you from?
I'm from Delhi, India.
Okay. And we get a little bit of updates from Ankit, but share us with your point of view of how things are going.
We are on the digital field, particularly in AI and healthcare. So it's a tough, but it is moving because you have seen in such kind of pandemic situation, particularly two things are moving quite good. One is entire thing is getting digitalized, whether it is business, e-commerce, whether it is education or banking or any field. So digitalization is happening, and post lockdown probably it would take further pace would be much higher. Similarly, role of AI, artificial intelligence, is also going to be more significant, where the things which is very repeated and very common, it can replace with the conversational AI. So we can say overall this digital field and AI is happening good. As far as healthcare is concerned, yes, we have a lot of challenges overall. Because anything and everything is now talking about only COVID-19. But we know life is not just about COVID-19. So many other disease, lifestyle disease, so many critical diseases are there. So I don't know what is the data is showing. It has none exist or it has improved. But yes, these days, for last particular 3 months, we have been talking about only COVID-19.
Well, I think it's because it's the most current event happening, and that's what happens to be what goes on in the world, right? That's where media focuses, is what's the trend, right? And COVID-19 became the trending word, just like you have trending clothes and trending, fashions and art and music. COVID-19 just happens to be the media trend. But you're absolutely right, and I'm glad you made this point, is that this is not the only disease we need to be concerned about. And
correct.
If we focus too much on that, then people are going to die from the other diseases. Just like there's been a big concern about everything kind of shifting to people with mental issues and depression, and because they've stayed home too long, that there could be a concern of suicidal rates going on the rise. So we just need to be open-minded at this point. I think we're very much informed. I don't know if it's well, but we're very much informed about COVID. There's a lot of data out there, but the big transparent thing is that we should know by now that if you have certain symptoms, phone your doctor, right?
Correct.
Go get tested.
Correct.
So at this point, I think we could positively say, if there's an option to move forward and focus on the other diseases now and the other sicknesses. And just like me, they just opened up the door to, for 2 months, I didn't get to receive my medical treatments, but now they've opened up the door to my medical treatments. And so, and it has impacted my body. It's impacted me greatly because I didn't receive them for 2 months, but the risk was too high for me to go in. For fear that somebody was going to spread it. And, now we know more about it, right? Like you said, artificial intelligence is out there to help us do some things with the data. So we're moving forward, and we need to start focusing on these other things. But just keep in mind that this can spread again, right?
Correct.
Mukesh,
I think
yeah, go ahead.
Moving because since the COVID happened to everyone is trying to improvise and optimize the health sector, and it's happening around the world. And if you talk about health sector now, AI is something which is very important, and we have to integrate AI and all those technologies so that if something happened in future in terms of this kind of pandemic, we will be more than ready to manage it out in terms of data. Right now, the data, whatever we are seeing, we are still not sure whether the data is accurate or is real time or it's what. Although there are a lot of data available, but I'm concerned. Are we working towards the data to finalize what is the conclusion about it? Because we can see the data. Some of the countries are working towards it. Some of the countries are learning from that, but a lot of them are not learning, and they wanted to have their own data. So where do you see AI stand in next couple of years, maybe, especially in terms of healthcare?
For the ages, we have been hearing about health is wealth. So in fact, COVID-19 really bring the health on the center stage, and we have seen 6 billion plus people across the world. Different countries had different approach, different standard of healthcare. But one thing is very common: even you have the resources and technology, you are not able to fight back with COVID-19, and that's the reason it is like even richest countries have the biggest problem. So we need to integrate technology into the healthcare. The moment we are integrating technology in the healthcare, then we are ensuring about access to masses. Second thing, it's not necessary you need to every time come to the super hospitals, because telemedicine and other kind of AI technology with data and other things, we can in the future we can predict what would be the next or what could be the next round of any pandemic. So yes, it has to be now global phenomenon. So we need to have a data, particularly WHO. I would say that they should have a like master data bank. So any kind of pandemic is happening, they should be in the position to inform to the masses. Yes, let's prepare for the next level. So it is we should not be the next surprise. So lockdown and awareness that's bring this healthcare in the focus. Yeah, we have to improve that with much better approach.
Well, that's a very powerful statement. And I think one of the problems is that, I have with WHO and CDC was, we discovered CDC, who is supposed to be actually producing data for the world as well as just for the United States, had classified documents concerning this virus. And that is, no health organization of any kind should ever withhold any information from the public. None whatsoever. It should 100% be transparent of all medical findings at any given time. There should be no intellectual property owned by any of these agencies because they are paid for by the taxpayers' dollars, or they're paid for by the government, which is paid for by the taxpayer dollars. So I have a little bit of a concern and problem with the WHO and the CDC because I think that they need to be liable for withholding any information and the damage that it caused. And if they were providing information to higher level of authorities, that's still very wrong because they're for the public. They're not there for the government. They are there for public information. You know, they're not private entities. You know, NASA is a private entity in many, many ways. So it's okay with me if they have classified documents, intellectual property, and things like that. You know, but any government agency shouldn't be. You know, not for health. You know, if they are because of their strategic war and things like that, that's fine. You know, but anyway, let's take a look at some economic data that I find interesting. Seeing how we're here to talk about the economic data, and this is something I learned about the other day. Is the debt clock? I've known it existed, but I just don't ever go visit it. And now I keep it up all the time. Can you guys see this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Is that insane?
My God.
I mean, it looks like the worldometers, or it looks like the United States with coronavirus, right? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
We'll take a look at the worldometers here in a minute, but look at that. That's your debt clock for the United States. I don't know if there's one for the world. But it'd be interesting to compare it to other countries right now. It'd be very, yeah. Whoa is right. It'd be nice.
There's a big number that it's difficult to understand what's going on, but it looks like everyone is in debt now.
Well, we're all in debt. We're indebted. We're indentured slaves anyway in this country. Those of us who got a large student loan, you're a slave to that debt now, right? You've got to pay it back for the rest of your life, unless you figure out a way to pay it all back in one lump sum. But many students graduate with what's more than a mortgage. So, and I don't know if it's like that in other countries, but it's definitely bad here. We're trained to think go in debt as opposed to trained to think to save and retire, you know, healthy and wealthy. Like you were talking about, wealthy and healthy go together, right? But if you're not healthy, you're probably not going to be wealthy because you're going to be spending your money just like this, right?
Correct.
That's just hypnotizing, isn't it? To me, it's mind-boggling to see the debt climb at such a ridiculous rate. And for our leaders to say that we're in the best position we've ever been, or we could be in worse, I don't know. I find it just interesting. But anyway.
What I've understood is the company is in debt, but people, or maybe people who have power, both in terms of business as well as political, they are doing good in terms of wealth.
The people were empowered, and somebody pointed out the other day an interesting fact. You know, they're all starting to do this because it's campaign year, and they go, "Oh, guess what? So and so just voted himself a raise." The Democrats, and I go, they all were there. That's the only day all of them show up at the same time. And all of them show up to vote. It's for their own raises, and they all voted for their own raises. So don't point the finger that the Dems voted for their own raises or the Republicans. They can't get a raise unless they all vote for it. I will promise you that's the only day the Senate is full, the House is full. I will promise you, the day that they get to vote for the raises. They were talking about how he voted himself $71,000 raise that year or something. And if you go look at one of our House of Representatives, his budget is in the billions. His budget, representative. I can pull it up. It's interesting. But
our parliament, an hourly rate would be around 5 crores. I think Mukesh ji can correct me, but I think to run a parliament in India for 1 hour, it's 5 crores. Mukesh ji, do you have any idea
Yeah,
about that?
yeah, approximately it's 5 crore something
Yeah,
per hour.
per hour.
Correct.
That's the cost to run a parliament. And then also
Correct.
there are a lot of things going around. And then, I mean, we are not against politicians, but it's just that they get a lot of things at an ease, and it's difficult for us to get those things. And we have to do a lot of follow-ups, and then also we are not able to get those benefits. But it's strange. And Kim, I think apart from USA, we have to talk about global citizens now. I mean, I am very keen towards the idea to have global citizens. If you're not happy in a particular country, you can just swipe a card and move to a different country if the country is ready to accept it. Because everything is standardized. Whatever you require in day-to-day life, we also require in day-to-day life, and things like that. And we are working globally. If you talk about technology, if you talk about things like that, but we are not getting the right benefits in terms of citizens, because your country might be doing extra additional tasks as compared to our country, and because of per capita and these situations, it's difficult for us to manage or maybe send our level to different countries. I don't
Yeah,
know. Yes, Rakesh ji.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, while there is excess consumption in the richer countries, there is also excess reproduction in countries like India and China and things like that. And all of this has a cost on the environment. Way back in the 60s, there was this organization called the Club of Rome who published a report called The Limits to Growth. It's a very little known book, but it's something which is an eye opener. And what is this paradigm of infinite growth with a finite planet is illogical, and that is where economics makes such a big difference to our health. We have on one side a lot of consumption, on the other side too much of reproduction, all of which puts a burden on the planet. And if we ignore that in our economic plans, we are headed for extinction.
you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. We're causing our own problems, and we're not working together to solve them. And everybody wants to do this, right?
Yeah,
Everybody
that's
wants to do this rather than take responsibility or liability. And this is
yeah,
something I noticed about our leader. Instead of owning up that there's a problem, it's always not my fault, it's their fault. So my thing is stop pointing fingers and sit down and talk about what the problem is. All right, it's not your fault, but we got a problem, and let's fix it. But we live in a society today where something's got to be somebody's fault instead of fixing a problem. And
yes.
I think that's the big key. And nobody wants to step forward to fix a problem because they're scared it's going to be their fault if it doesn't work. Everybody's fixated on failure rather than fixated on just doing things until you have a success. We all know that you're going to make bad decisions and bad moves while you are taking risk for success. We've heard those stories, right? But I think you're right. I think we're going to become our own demise if we're not careful. We're going to become our own.
In
In
in,
fact,
in management, sorry.
COVID-19 has given us an opportunity to reapproach towards the new life in a year. Because there are something positive part of COVID-19. Billions of dollars has been spent on environment to clean the air, water, noise, everything. So we have seen that nature has taken their own things, and it's been much better now. So how we can take this forward? How we can have balanced development? That is the key for the any planning. Similarly, we have seen the too much mobilization towards urban, and when this humanitarian issues came up there, people are going back, all these migrants going back to their native place. So we need to have, when we're thinking about the future of development, so you should keep like all this localization. See, all these things are happen because certain thing with only certain countries or certain countries. So even you have something better things, but you're not able to get, human being is not able to get the benefit of that. Just example like PP kit or even basic things was missing. So if you, when we are thinking about the next development, if we can consider as a humanitarian approach, and yes, and then luxury and other thing, because unless until you will not provide the bread and butter, Rakesh, you are very much right. There should be balance between the reproduction and regeneration. But let's say this is the time. So take a global citizen, like in India we say Vasudev Kutumbakam. So this is the time to see human being in one planet like equal, and how help them each other. We cannot say you are rich, so bring us also to the rich. But for that we need to also put equal effort. But how we, our approach should be that, okay, I can help you. I have a great technology. I can help you to move further. So balance approach towards the life, probably that would be the biggest lesson if we can learn from this COVID-19.
Yeah,
How
no,
much
and I agree with you on that. That let this be a lesson that we learn from and gain the knowledge from. And Kit, you gotta.
Rakesh, you want to say something?
I wanted to just say the thing in the European Union, when Italy and Spain have been very badly hit by the coronavirus or COVID-19, there was a proposal to mutualize the costs of the coronavirus epidemic or the pandemic within the European Union, especially the costs incurred by Italy and Spain. And even this was refused by the Scandinavian, the German, the French countries. You know, even that was refused. And that's already a fairly reasonably well-knit aggregation of countries. To expect this to happen globally, you know, is not going to happen.
No, and
Right.
we just need to be considerate. We just
Yeah.
need to be considerate moving forward. And this is the problem that a lot of people or societies are having. They're scared to be considerate. They're scared to be taken advantage of. And let me, I found the article on the senator's money, if you want to see it real quick. Abhijit, good morning or good evening. Hi, welcome. All right, so let me share with you what I found. You're going to love this. Getting paid with one of our senator's staff. But hold on a second. You got to see the beginning of it, right? I love this. This is how we get paid, right? But this is the article about our speaker, Timmy. And actually, he disclosed the money that they're spending and making. And so if you take a look at it, it doesn't look like much, you know, 38,000 a year for their part-time members, you know, fairly minimum wage to middle-class income, just maybe above. Bart Goodson is one of his chief of staff, is making 177,000, so he lives fairly comfortable. This is in North Carolina, so that's a comfortable income in North Carolina. You know, the deputy chief makes 104, and of course, this was a year ago, almost 2 years ago. But you can look at the advisors, how much money they're getting, and of course, there's going to be a lot of 1099s, what you call consultants and things like that. But grand total is 67,000.3 million, 1.1 million for the speaker and his staff. So, and if you add that up for each group, it comes to the billions, right? So, but you can see how fast that added up with just a little bit of incomes and their budgets and things like that. And do they really need that much money? Well, you know, I don't know, but hopefully that money's in circulation, right? Because that's what we want, money in circulation. Am I right? So what happened? We lost some of our people. But circulation of money is very important. Am I right, Makish?
It is, while circulation is important, concentration of money with few hands is equally a dangerous thing that is happening. Uh, I would get the feeling that, on one side, you have so many people having so much in excess of, even if each one of their families spent, $1 billion, they would still not run out of money. We've got to realize that these people can make this money because they function within a framework of the country, which every little guy, the janitor in a railway station, all of them contribute to that infrastructure. So you cannot say that this person made it only on his own merits. If he was thrown in a jungle somewhere, it would not be, able to make a dime.
Exactly.
So it's this argument of the free market, unrestricted free market, is specious. It is completely illogical. There's a time that we've got to look at punishing two groups of people who over-reproduce, and like India and China, and people who over-consume, wherever they are. Even in India and China, you will find in certain pockets there are people who over-consume. There was this young boy in Delhi who drove his BMW into some water because he didn't like that it was a brand new BMW.
Yeah.
He drove it into the water because he wanted a better car. What did he want? He wanted some Jaguar or something else, some other fancy car. So this is in Delhi. This is supposed to be, not a rich country. And
I think it's the entitlement that
be punished.
Right. It's the entitlement we're raising our children with. This society has become a very self-entitled,
very,
and very instant gratification. Everybody thinks their gratification needs to come instantly rather than working for it, which was a joke I was having with Nick when he was a professor at Campbell University teaching law, and his students all were writing a complaint about him because he gave them a little bit of homework. And it wasn't much. I looked at it. I'm not studying law, and I could have done it and would have for the right to be able to study law. And I busted out laughing, and I go, well, I hope your staff gave them all Fs and flunked them. And he goes, no, they kind of came down on Nick, right? But I said, what are these children going to be like when they get out in the real world and they have to work for that living? Because that's what Nick's project was intended to do, was teach them a little bit about what work is, right? But these lawyers don't, and this is why the lawyers have gotten so lazy. And like when I read that article and shared it with you about the SBA loans, they're not reading everything. They're not reading everything that you're rights and entitled to. They're reading here's probably what happened. And I'm speculating, but odds are some senator allowed, because they even wrote, we were allowed to go to a special class for this, right? We were allowed to read these things that haven't come out yet. So they were probably told, this is what you're going to teach the people how to do, so they don't get every bang for the buck, right? But the rich people will. The rich people have already know what they're entitled to and what to get out of it. So the rich people will know how to get 100% forgiveness, whereas the middle classers who hired these guys supposedly to give them the right benefits will only get 75%. Is 75% good? Yeah, it's all right. Hi, welcome.
Welcome back.
Hi, I'm sorry, I'm not getting voice, so I had to log out and come back. How are you all, guys?
Hear your voice just fine.
Now it's fine.
Yes.
Hi, Tina, how are you? Good to see you.
Yeah.
Hi,
You look
Rakesh.
today. It looks like a black and white view.
Yeah, it's very classic though. I kind of like it.
Classic view, certainly.
It's very classic looking. I think it could be something I might do. I like it. So let's talk a little bit about building the economics. You know, we've been talking about how the medical industry, of course, is going to be benefiting from all of this. But what are some other things we can do now that we're hopefully going to be opening up again? Because Abhijit, you've had some grand ideas about pushing that reset button. And let's talk about that.
I think in every sector and in every probable area of where people have got disengaged, there has to be a balancing act to make other people engaged into it. So if you look at agriculture and horticulture, it itself has a very high potential to take lots of people or lots of laborers. Probably 10 crore people in India are they belong to labor class, and they were not at their own native places, but they migrated to metros, big cities from rural areas. And now after this COVID-19 impact, they're coming back. And since they're coming back, they have to have something to do. So what are the plans which government would be offering them? Agriculture, horticulture, fisheries, then many other things which can be done at this stage of time. It should be very scrutinized. And I think the medium which we use, media and television and social media, instead of discussing and doing sheer politics over what you have done and what he has not done, some government in one state is failed and another government is not doing so well, we should use these resources to carry these informations that how we can engage. If they will not be engaged now, there will be a liability to feed for the other class who has to give some sort of benefit or tax to bear such huge cost for government. And then it would again create a very systematic, very unsystematic social imbalance. They would not have anything to eat. There would be problems and troubles which government in coming months would face. So I would say the prime thing is people who are losing job, first thing which government should focus is to engage them. And then I'll keep on adding more things. Over to you, Kim.
One of the problems with that plan is that arable land in India is pretty much completely utilized. And the second thing is that the land holdings are so small that they are suboptimal. So in terms of engaging them with agriculture, that's going to be a challenge. I'm not saying it's impossible, but that's going to be a very serious challenge. I throw that open to the rest of you.
So
I think
go ahead, Maki.
Still in India, almost 60% job creation is agriculture. And all the people who's moved back from these metro cities to their hometown, I think we can provide some sort of rural development, because so far all the government has focused mostly on the urban development. So there is too much divide between urban and rural. So if we can focus separate for this rural development, so agriculture, horticulture, and many other things can be possible, but particularly for rural base. So that can definitely people can engage and provide the job opportunities. And similarly for this urban, where you have more skilled workers, you can have a different development plan.
I think building hospitals in villages would be very useful. Building hospitals, building schools. If these things were affordable in the villages and easily available, you would not have the migration, the siren song of Asian cities. You would not have that. You have this attraction, this almost fatal attraction towards the cities because you don't have the facilities in the villages. The biggest fear of the Indian government today is that if people migrate back to the villages, they will be taking the coronavirus back to the villages where there are no hospitals or not even significant medical care. And then you will have a tremendous a tsunami of deaths, and there will be nobody to run your agriculture. You would have all these steel workers and all sorts of white collar workers in the cities and no food.
And I think that's a good point. And Abhijit also made a point that's kind of been spinning in the back of my head about training, right? We're at a point where everything has been kind of reset. We're kind of starting over. So how do we train our people going out into reentry to serve our communities and societies better? And so, I think we need to take a look at training so that the communities can become self-sustainable at this time, especially like in India, right? Where you said that there are some poor sectors of all of this. And there's nothing wrong with training us on how to feed ourselves, grow our own food. We can learn to grow our own food just even in our own apartment. Right?
Absolutely.
If all you had is an apartment, you can learn to grow some food in there, some pots, and maybe a little grow light. And because if you don't get enough light, or if you've got a little patio, one of the things that I've noticed in some of the what I call the smart thinkers, people with flat roofs in big buildings, they've gone up to the top of the roof and they're learning to grow food up there, right? And they're also learning to recycle any rainwater. So when you start growing food and the water recycles through the dirt and gets to the roots and everything, there is a layer of stone and lime that you can have the water filter through that cleans it so that you can use it for bathing and things like that. So I think now is the time that we can start training the people to re-enter with smarter, more quality of life thoughts. Another thing I did not understand is that all of these grocery stores, and I don't know about your markets, but had all of this fresh produce going bad because everybody was storming to go for the long shelf life food. Why didn't somebody go in and turn that food into something that could be delivered to the people who needed it? Because we're talking about food that builds your immunity, but they didn't do that. They didn't. They would rather let that food go bad when you could have taken that food and served to the poverty, right? And
that is the reason, Kim, I said it is more important to focus on the food and primarily the items which we basically require to survive.
exactly.
Because at this stage of time, you do not multiply your economic growth, but you still remain alive until the virus vaccine is it will take some months. I guess it is coming out, and again people are, and they are coming proven to be a hoax. It's not a medicine, it's not a vaccine. So we have to survive for another at least 2 years. If not, then at least 18 months. If we look at the timeline, what would be the most important thing which this entire population of our all countries will be needing is the food. Horticulture, agriculture, and fishery and other things which we can do primarily increases the production of food. And if the food production is increased, government and the transport system is capable to take it from the production place to the distribution channels. It is still working. So there would not be poverty, there not be a starvation. And people who have lost their jobs, they will be back to job. So what would not happen after doing this is economic growth. Economic growth can be done anytime if you survive.
Yes, exactly. You can always rebuild your economy. The cash, you're right. The cash starts generating and recycling when you've established a means for people to eat and survive. And when they're living, they make a living. And we need to establish that. I think agriculture is, here in America, the only people allowed to get the SBA right now are people in agriculture. They've cut the SBA off from anyone else, and only people with agriculture businesses can get the loan. But I think we need to teach each household. There's a saying, you can feed a man fish and he can eat for a day, or you can teach him how to fish and he will eat for a lifetime, right? And we need to teach our people how to grow food in their own home. And it can be done. You can do hydroponic. If get some fish, right? Because the fish fertilizes the plants, and you can grow plants just in water. And that's something I'm teaching myself how to do. How can I grow more efficiently, more effectively the plants I have, and get the most produce out of them? And this is how we each need to start thinking. And granted, I can't grow everything I need or like to eat. Like I like, a lot of foods that come from somewhere else, but I can grow most of what I need and what I like. And it doesn't have to be grown with a lot of insecticides either. I've learned how to grow certain flowers around my plants, and the bugs don't eat them. So I think we need to train people how to become self-sustainable in their own community. There needs to be a consultant that could go around and go, oh, here's a flat rooftop. How can we turn it into solar power for the community? How can we turn it into a garden to feed the community? How do we teach the community to do this together? And everybody can take turns, right? And you do this by incentiveness, not by punishment. But if you go up and you help grow the food, guess what? You get to take it home to your family, right? And it can be fun. You can make it fun and engaging. It doesn't have to be a chore. There are just so many other things. And, our way of transportation is going to have to change, right? And I was listening very hard because I know this is one of your interesting projects as well. Our form of transportation needs to change. It always has, because the way we do it now, it pollutes the world. It's not economical, and it's not safe. There are some last mile solutions that we can focus on, complete electronic. And I don't like autonomous driving vehicles, but now that we've kind of experienced this COVID situation, I'm kind of into, let's take a look at that so that a car can come pick me up and drive me to the doctor without somebody being in it to infect me, right? And how do we sanitize that car after somebody uses it every time? And these are all science fiction movie talks too, if you think about it.
We're doing it.
Yeah, we are. I mean, I've been watching the autonomous driving cars for quite some time, and I interviewed the CTO of Ford, and that was their big project that year. And he kept saying, "Well, why don't you get in the car and try it?" And I'm like, this girl ain't ready for that. But I think I am now. I think my mind is perhaps if we had this, there would be more ways for people to get to where they need more economically and safer. So what are your thoughts on that?
We are doing it. I think when initially during a project called Vande Bharat, Government of India started extracting people from different parts of the country.
My mind is perhaps if we had this, there would be more ways for people to get to where they need.
Sorry, it was giving you echoes. So initially when the project of Vande Bharat is started, Government of India started extracting people from different parts of globe where people were stuck due to COVID-19. When they came back to India, there was issues to provide them transport. So initially for 2,500 kilometers, a very painful fact that came out that government has to charge through a taxi 10,000 rupees. Later, when we stepped in, we tried to know why it is so high, because people who are coming, they are spending 10,000 Indian rupees for coming from a country to India, and then for next 250 kilometers, they are going to again be charged 10,000 rupees. So it's too bad for them. Plus, if economic is set to be open now, if somebody who has to send their product out of the state, or somebody who has to get raw material for their factory from out of the state, if they will pay such a high charges, then it will be practically impossible to bring back the economy. We got only one answer, that it is due to lots of state approval is involved. That's why it is becoming very difficult for people to pass, or to provide a pass, or to issue a pass. Primarily, it is something which is absolutely against ease of doing business. And if economy has to come back on its own, then people will have to understand. Even government sector would have to understand it's not possible for a trader or a small manufacturer to pay such a high price, 10,000 rupees for 250 kilometers for taking his raw material or for sending his products out of the state. So they will not be able to open it. And now one of our partner company who is into electric electric cars, they started the same service from New Delhi airport to Ghaziabad, Noida, Faridabad, and Gurgaon in 1,000 rupees instead of 10,000. So
Wow.
more is there to come up with each sector. We are starting a discussion on giving opportunity to people who have lost their job into construction sector and other sector which were prominently based in the uh, large cities, and now they have moved, the laborers have moved to their native places, but they are free there, they don't have a job there. So from Monday onwards we are trying to start a cluster wise program so that we can suggest them how and what kind of horticulture or what kind of cash crop you can get yourself involved in, and what kind of support government is giving. Seed is available, fertilizers are available, some sort of capital loan is also available for starting them, and cluster by cluster we will also give them the knowledge as per the weather. India is a very huge country as per the weather and nature. So in each cluster, what kind of mango or lychee or what kind of fruit or spice or vegetable you can grow, that also we will relay with our experts on the agriculture. So I think we are starting from Monday and hope it goes well and give some engagement to people.
Yeah,
I think because of the current situation and migrants have shifted to their native places, can we see a rise in agriculture in the next couple of years?
Not next, have to rise within this year, within few months. There has to be a transition of the pattern on which we were working. It is not very easy to bring them back. They are not ready. They have gone through lots of pain, and for government to win their trust, it will take at least 1 year.
Yeah.
Second thing, if they will sit down there, if they will not have anything to do, then they will die because of starvation. And these 10 crore people not let government sit also. So there would be lots of very unfortunate situation and very unfortunate economic or social imbalances. To come out of this, to engage them, agriculture is one of the very important part. Second, the essential services which can be taken. So I think last week only I spoke about how aggressive government is into giving licenses for hand sanitizer, because hand sanitizer requirement is very high in India. All hospitals and all organizations who are opening up, they have a very high requirement of hand sanitizer, and it is not as per the requirement, it is not in supply. So new manufacturers and people who were involved into paint and spices and into different type of chemical manufacturing unit, they can move to production of hand sanitizer, provided they will get a license and some support. So we did a program last week to make them understand how easy and how aggressive government and serious government is to make you and give you good support here. So necessary activities, and what you have asked is the growth into income and some more very basic to survive type of ecology we will have to discuss, we will have to develop, and I think not only this but more towards being and living close to nature, what we discussed with Rakesh and a couple of previous episodes, is required for India to to bring into practice, so that people outside India could understand if it can be practiced. People are not dying, they are developing immunity, and if they're eating well, if they are doing yoga or naturopathy or Ayurvedic, I am not expert of the subject, but there are lots of things which gives you very high immunity, and these knowledges are there in our ancient legacy. If these are practiced and people come out, then obviously it will create not only an ecosystem but also a product for the globe.
And I agree with you. And I think these are things we need to focus on.
And also, when you talk about agriculture, I think we have to focus on the warehousing, because that is an important part. Once we have the production is ready, if we don't have a good warehouse, if we don't have the good equipment to manage the warehouse, that ways that we can save a lot of food. And also, when you talk about warehousing, the lodging and the logistics are also important. So if we can bring more electric vehicles and things like that to create a more sophisticated environment or infrastructure for farmers, so that they can directly do the selling and buying, and they'll get good amount of money. They'll be happy staying home and doing whatever they can do at the native places. So are we doing anything on that part as well, the warehousing part and the electric vehicles part for farms?
For warehousing part for farms, for agriculture.
Yeah.
And the second thing, what you have asked for is the electric vehicle. About
how we can integrate the electric vehicle. In that farming culture, because they also use a lot of vehicles and they use diesel and all those things. So if we can bring electric,
We're doing pretty good progress on it. But anything which primarily right now at this stage of time requires an intervention or a development which need to be done into a very high-tech capacity plant or a lab, it would be very difficult to do it at this stage of time. Lots of unit and facilities are closed, and it would not start only for one or two things. And the discussion with the point which you are asking is electric vehicles can be used into farming or not. It would take some fitment and upgradation to use for that purpose. But right now, vehicles which are there in the system, primarily electric vehicles, they can be very well used and very well utilized for doing transportation and for doing transportation of public also. And one more very important system which India is developing, and it need to be very quickly developed, otherwise it will become a disaster for us, is the issuance of pass and multi-state entry. Very important, and it need to be monitored on an IoT device or into a device where it can be accessed and it can be verified at each checkpoint very easily by a mobile or handheld device. Otherwise, it is very difficult for one state police to understand and recognize a pass which has been issued by another state police. If it would not come into immediate practice, then people will not be able to travel, even if the genuine reason or a genuine amount of concern or necessary products they are carrying, they would not be able to reach to their destination. Their products will not be able to reach to them, and it will create lots of lockdown economic arrest into the revival or the entry strategy, which I am seeing. And it is not happening as of now, so it's an area of concern for me.
Oh,
Well
that's
said.
interesting.
Mukesh, do you have any thoughts on that?
In last couple of months, particularly, see, we have some great example, particularly when you talk about PPE kit. So when it is well coordinated efforts, 3 months back before March, there was not any single manufacturer of PPE kits in N95. And today, India, world's second largest manufacturer. And from domestic need, now they're in the process to exporting to other countries. And I am sure it is now sanitization. The sanitizer is also on the pipeline. Maybe India, going to be one of the largest manufacturer of sanitizer also. So it's about coordinated efforts, and of course, a little bit training is required. We have passed a very great example like a cooperative movement. Particularly if you see the milk productions and other things, India had did it wonder as for the rural market is concerned. So if we engage all these people with training and of course government policies in place, so very much possible that we can engage most of the unemployed, semi-skilled, and to their location itself. So rightly mentioned, one of our very prominent industrialist, Ratan Tata, owner of Tata Group. 2020 is the year of survival. It is not about the business. And it is very much coming across the world. We are seeing it is how you make yourself more stronger. And again, India is contributing in that direction quite well, particularly as for the Ayush immune system is concerned. So traditional Ayush medicine is coming more stronger. How you can make yourself more, not only the healthy diet, but it has how it can be immune your system so you can sustain with any kind of disease. So these are the some good examples we can always replicate in other industries also.
You know,
Also, to add on this, both Abhijit and Mukesh, aware about Chyawanprash. I think we have to market that product because that has all kinds of immunity boosters, and we are used to have taken it from past so many years. And I don't know. Abhijit, I feel that we are not marketing our product the way we should. I mean, that's what our Prime Minister also wanted. That that there are a lot of local and global brands of Chyawanprash, but we are still not be able to do it. And I am getting a lot of calls every week or so. They want Chyawanprash from India with a good quality Chyawanprash, and it's difficult. So yeah,
there is a end to everything if it is alive. And primarily the definition of development which we took up, I'm not talking about only being Indian, but being a global citizen, was basically a very huge lie. When we started developing and when we thought that education and the kind of education which Europe has or Western world has, it makes them very more immune than us because they take care of their lifestyle and their things more. Second, the kind of health system and the kind of health services, the ICU and CCU they have, the kind of advancement they have into their life is again a sign of development, which proven to be wrong into COVID-19 pandemic. And the countries which are like Tibet or Nepal or India, they have less cases. They control COVID. It is a proven fact now after World Bank discussion and the report that India has controlled COVID-19 impact very well with the lockdown. And it will come back with its economic reforms also. But primarily at this stage of time, when we see what has actually gone wrong, then only thing which comes up are very blunt and very true that everyone across the globe is at the same time, at the same period, thinking about same thing. That if this was not the development, then what was the development? What is the development right now? Development is immunity, and immunity which gives you actual word meaning of the literal meaning of the immunity above the virus. And it does not come only by eating fruit or doing anything which has been coming into practice. It is coming through living very close. So Chyawanprash is a product, but the lifestyle which India has been promoting and the lifestyle which India has been giving to the world is not only a product, but it's an entire cycle of the day. Yoga is a part of it. Naturopathy is a part of it. Living and walking and doing lots of things, Surya Namaskar and many things is a part of it. So that lifestyle need to be brought into, and then the product is not Chyawanprash, then the product is the immunity, and that immunity is above the COVID-19 and n number of virus attack it can handle. It came into science. It came into Science Journal very well that COVID-19 cannot kill certain people who have an immunity level of a certain level. Still in this program, into this episode also. Why these kind of immunity level, where do they exist? How we can achieve it? This is the area of research which globe will start very soon. And I'm not very, you will say, proud about it because we have not done justice to our own legacy and our own Vedic wisdom also. But India would come up as a very prompt destination for giving lifestyle coaching to the world now.
I think that we need to start developing those standards now. Like you said earlier, we need to stop pointing the fingers at who did what. And we need to start taking a look at building and establishing the footprint moving forward. And that can be done. And I am a true believer that there are certain cultures that develop your body a certain way, right? So what works for you that might build your immunity up to where it needs to be to fight this might be different than what will work for me. I might need something different. So I think we need to take a look at that as a globe too, that there's not going to be one pill or one vaccine that's going to fix us all. And I think you're right. We need to establish ourselves that we need to learn to live with it and build ourselves up. And that's a business in itself. Really, it is. I mean, it's not just medicine, right? It's a practice. It's a lifestyle.
Difference between the DNA of a monkey or app and human being is only 0.3%.
And it comes, right?
No difference between the structure of an Indian or an American or a Chinese or a European or a Russian. it does not fit. That is due to weather and other condition. We are brought up and we landed up having different type of races. But as a globe, when we are staying on Earth, there is a certain type of environmental common thing which we all experience. That is the gas nature and the heat and the water. And so these immunities are built on very basic things. There might be difference of herbs and the medicines which you may get in India or you may not get in some other place. But if it is available in any part of the world or any part of the country, it should be utilized to the max. So India's nature and its philosophy never had a proud on it. That has gone wrong and against it also. But it never thought and believed into supremacy. If they would have believed into supremacy, they would have gone up or they would have been very proud. But particularly, but
We believe in live and let live.
yes, absolutely.
We
This
don't
is
believe
the
in.
U.S. This is live and let live, and this is how the U.S. does it.
Ah,
And
Pointing
Kim
each
tries to be
other,
so good, and then I always say, "But this is, how it." But no, you're right. You are so right. We have to, but I want to do this on a global basis. I want to reset that button. I think for so many years, even though we say we're doing things globally, we really haven't. I don't think we really made that connection. And I think now is the time we can, right? I think now is the time we can erase all of the barriers that have been there, right? And start building the bridges that need to exist. Don't build walls anymore, build bridges. And, Ankit, I think you said, if I want to come to India, I want to come to India. If I want to go live, there should be no more barriers. It just,
Certainly.
and I don't see why we can't start establishing one humanity rule. One humanity rule. And you know what? Everybody says United States. That's BS. There ain't nothing united about this country. Nothing.
hmm.
I mean, each state has its own laws. But each state has its own laws. So I could be doing something in North Carolina and it's illegal, and I do it in Colorado and it's legal, right? So I could be doing something common and everyday in Colorado. When I come to North Carolina, I could get arrested for it. So there's no united here, and we work very divided. And you know what? If you ever looked at the rule of the divide and conquer, anyone could conquer us. In fact, I think they already have. China owns all of our money. They own all of our banks. They own all of our oil. They own most of our real estate. They really do. And I think they own us, they own all of our pork. I mean, they bought all of our pork factories several years ago. So, I mean, and probably some other things in our food. But again, where we were talking about food is where we need to really build ourselves. We need to feed ourselves and get hungry. Did we just lose 2 people?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess because of technology, maybe.
Bandwidth, and I think Rakesh is already late. It's 11:30 in Hong Kong.
Yeah, he has to leave. I love the fact that he comes and at least shares with us some inspiring words. You know what I enjoyed the other day was when he shared with his shoe kit, his kit, right? Of what they use in Hong Kong to get around in. And I'm going to make a kit. Yeah, when in town.
Wow. Oh,
I think we need to make an essential kit from IBM.TV to the world, right? And give it out for donations. I'll contact some manufacturers and see if they'll work with us, or maybe the dollar store.
Yeah, but Kim, if you talk about anything which we need to do correctly in our future post-COVID, I think AI is something which will take its own chances, and also AI is very important, and it's a matter of time how we will integrate AI with a lot of things, and then how we can extract the data and then take decision based on those data. That is more important. And I think artificial intelligence in healthcare and agriculture, in different fields in economics, if we started working toward that, I think we can get good results. Because I know that people are talking about AI since a lot of years, but when you talk about root level, you don't see the practical implementation. people still discuss about it in books, and then artificial intelligence will happen with this and that and all those things. But realistically, it's not happening. If we start doing it and then we start reading the data and then we start taking decisions based on AI, I think that could be a way forward. What do you think, Mukesh?
You rightly mentioned that AI is a quite a vast subject and it is being used anywhere and everywhere.
Yeah.
But actual implementation, I think, started just a couple of years back. So it can be through AI. Your decision making process would be more predictable. You will be more sure about what you are trying to achieve. So that is one thing. So to large extent, it is happening. So now products are coming, even like some medical products with AI, it is coming, and even our day-to-day life, we have seen this. Google is got entered to everybody's home. So it is there now. Again, within AI, there are so many different divisions. So what kind of AI it is for the product development, or it is for this just conversational like things there. So many things can be automation possible, and irrespective of industries, it is there. In fact, we are working just one part of this AI, that is conversational AI. So like, and more generally, it is built called as a like chatbot. So when you
Yeah.
have a smart chatbot, earlier it was only text. Now we have voice based also, and it is great that on Wednesday you are going to have voice based.
Yeah.
So and it is now multilingual, so it can be many things. So all these are in the process, and with when we have data and other things we go. So I'm sure that today is a COVID-19. Tomorrow there would be some other. So at least like weather forecast, you are forecasting something. Maybe there would be possibilities that yes, next wave of new virus is coming. Get alert better. So situation will be not remains the same. So I think more and more utilization of artificial intelligence in every kind of possibilities. I think we need to move forward towards that.
You know,
Mukesh,
artificial intelligence.
we can forecast the next wave using AI.
It is, see, it's all these about the data. Like if you know that it is there is a set patterns. This the way a virus is changing the behavior. We have seen this COVID-19, their behavior has been changing. Some countries is different. Some countries it is a different way. It is coming. Sometimes it is symptom is coming, but sometimes symptoms are not coming at all. But over a period of time. So yes, if you capture it scientifically, and yes, based on the algorithm, another thing, it is possible to predict at certain level.
And you
But
know, I will tell you, I'm an engineer by trade, and developed predictive policing analytics to be used by law enforcement. And as I tell everyone, especially when I'm on a speaking engagement, AI is only as intelligent as the HI. Okay.
Okay.
Period. It is all in how you utilize the data you collect, because you know AI relies on HI. I don't care, you know. Okay, so you have to have human intelligence in order to understand what your AI is going to do, and the thresholds you establish, and the analytics that are going to be used to generate the outputs that you want. And that's, you know, one of my inventions utilizes that on a very high level, but it's only as smart as the HI, and that's what we have to tell people. Don't 100% rely on it. All right, understand it, understand the purpose, and use it to make your job easier and more efficient, but not replace humans. Do not use it to replace humans, and do not use it as a 100%. This is what you, because it can make a mistake, because again, it's only as smart as the data you put into it. And
that is what, if the data quality is not good, I mean, the AI will work according to the data. And we are seeing the current COVID-19 also, we are getting different data from different sources, and we are not sure how many people have been diagnosed and what's going on. So I know that it's based on an algorithm, but if you don't have a correct data source, if you don't have a quality data, that is a problem.
Well, this is what I tell people: start somewhere, right, and experiment with it. Don't expect it to be 100%. and then develop it a little at a time in stages, right? And test your theory out and develop a little bit more and test your theory out. Because again, it's only going to be as good as the HI that's put into it. And the data, again, the data could be real stupid. It could be wrong. I mean, for example, the more people we test for COVID, the more people we find to be infected.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
And I tell people, of course, because we're testing more people. It's not that the test kits are making them sick. And it's not that all of a sudden they were always sick, but it's because we're able to test them. I mean, where's the brain thought there, right? Because somebody's brought up, well, when we stopped testing, the infectious rates went down. And I go, duh. Let's think about this. So we got to think smart when we're developing AI. Again, AI is HI on steroids. That's all I got. Caffeine and steroids. AI is supposed to think faster, better, more efficient. It's not supposed to, but you can make it to be predictive, right? If you develop your algorithms in a certain way to generate alerts in certain ways, yes, you can develop it to be somewhat predictive. Like if you attach it to all of your meters on an oil rig, and when each of those meters start building to reach a certain threshold of pressure, and your AI is trained to understand that if it exceeds this pressure, there's danger. If 5 of them exceed this pressure, there's even more danger, right? Then it's out there getting all of this data all day long. It's not a human going out and calculating. So it's going to be able to give you more of a real-time alert when the pressure is about to exceed its threshold, or maybe you need to send an engineer out there. That's how it works. It's not, it is kind of replacing a human job, but maybe it's making their job better, right? It's making him understand I've got 5 of them reaching full capacity, or I've got 1 of them. So, that's the way you need to use AI in many, many cases. If we took a look at Worldometers, which it hasn't updated quite yet. It's in the middle of an update. Yeah. I don't know, Ankit, if you've gone out and looked at it sometimes, but sometimes it's all skewed because I think they're in the middle of an update.
I've checked out a lot of mistakes. So I think a couple of days back, I got to know while I was going through the Worldometer, it says that in UK, 4,400 people have died. And I was surprised. I took a screenshot. And then after half an hour, I checked it. They said 43 people have died. So there is always a lot of data issues, and maybe entering the data or whatever the sources they are getting, we are not sure which data is, good quality data and what are the data sources. And I believe that people or governments are underreporting somehow in the COVID-19 thing.
I don't think they're all reporting every day, and Worldometer, they don't do a constant meter update by the minute like they do on some of their stuff. But let's take a look. Oh, that's United Kingdom is out of date. So let's just look at the overall. But say if we used artificial intelligence and it established some thresholds.
But the problem is that we can use artificial intelligence, we can use HI, but that there is political intervention as well, which is happening in between the data, and that's how we lose the right data.
Yeah, I mean,
ultimately, all this data master is human. Yes.
Go ahead, please. Sorry.
Abhijit, I can't hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me now.
Yes, sometimes you fade out, but yes, I can hear you now.
Is it clear now? Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Is it clear now?
Yes.
I think you need to join again. I think because there is some problem. It's a delayed thing. Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
So let's take a look at the Worldometers, real-time world stats. Not the United Kingdom, the other one. All right. Because I've been keeping up with United Kingdom because I'm kind of doing business there right now. But also, I don't know if you people heard, but recently, I think just yesterday, the president had announced that he's going to cut off Brazil from doing business. I haven't had a chance to read the article, but anyway, we're looking at worldwide 5,542,000. I mean, that's I don't think that's ever happened at least in our lifetime. But look at the deaths. We're almost at 500,000. And if we scroll down, and again, if it were me and I wanted to establish a footprint of how to re-enter, I would take data like this and then go out and talk to some of the countries, especially the ones who never officially closed down, the ones who kept their schools open. And I would find out what did they do different to keep their infected rates down and keep their death rates down. I mean, I just learned Iceland did such a fabulous job at this because of the way they tested. You know, they didn't test anybody who already had symptoms because they didn't want to waste their test. But they put them in isolation. You could have the flu or COVID. We don't care. Stay away. And we're going to test people who have no symptoms just to find out who might have it. And then they figured out who to let go to school so that schools could stay open. But take a look. You know, USA is definitely not the footprint to follow. You know, and our new cases just jumped up tremendously. Ankit, have you noticed that? Is Ankit there?
But I think, Kim, this is the morning time in US and today's holiday as well. So we might get the real data tomorrow morning. What do you think?
But still, this is pretty bad. 4,789. Yeah, this is still yesterday's
data. Yesterday's data, it's around 19,000 new cases in US.
How many?
If you check yesterday's data, it says around 90,000 new cases in the US.
Wow, I didn't know that. Is that yesterday's data or today?
Just click on the yesterday link, you'll get to know.
So let's scroll down. Oh, they haven't reported. They're in the middle of changing right now. So we'll let them. They're in the middle of upgrading. But look at New York, 371,000.
Wow.
371,000.
And you know, the third is Illinois, and the dean of GIS Business School will be joining us in half an hour from now. He's from Illinois.
But again, you know, when I look at this, you know, North Carolina, everybody keeps bragging that North Carolina is doing good, but we had 600 new, and this was over the weekend. I know that we went up because we reopened, and we're not exactly the brightest bulbs. So I figured we're going to have that's why everybody said, well, what are you going to do? And, you know, all my friends, we're having parties, we're doing this. And I'm like, I'm staying home. And they go, when are you going to come out? And I go, I'm going to come out in about 4 to 6 weeks if I see that there's not a huge infected rate. You know, and everybody goes, oh, you're living in fear. So, yeah, I'm living. There's a key to that. I'm living. So it's not fear, it's facts. And the facts are, I don't think we're ready. I don't think we had good sound stages in place. One of the reasons why Iceland survived so well is they had a pandemic plan. Go figure. They had a pandemic plan. So when the one person was found infected, they put the pandemic plan into action that day. They didn't talk about it. They didn't ask, are we going to be hit economically? They just put it into action, and testing, they attribute testing to their success. So I'm
surprised, Kim, we don't have a world pandemic organization. I mean,
we did. They fired him. Our president fired him.
This is a World Pandemic Organization like WHO, and they should
WHO's job.
The data and master data and things like that, just to understand what's going on, and also the best practices. And whenever there's a pandemic happening in some continent or somewhere, the team should automatically get active and do their task.
So, you know what I'm confused about? I'm confused about why we have 3 different organizations that get funded that do not work together. We have the CDC, we have the WHO, and we have the NFID. And quite honestly, if I were going to follow any of their advices, it would be the NFID, right? National Foundation of Infectious Diseases. And the NFID, it's a infectious disease doctor you want on site during a pandemic or an epidemic, because that's who saved the people in Nigeria when the Ebola hit them in 2014. It was an infectious disease doctor. It wasn't the mayor. It wasn't the president. It wasn't a scientist. It wasn't a doctor. Infectious disease. Okay. And that's what I think we're kind of confused. Why are we funding 3 different organizations? Okay.
World Bank was, I think it was made because of the reason which Ankit has listed just now. That there has to be an external company and has to be an external agency which can go cross-border. And it can have a depth knowledge of all countries, particularly about the human health. And when there is a development or when there is a crisis, where not as a country, but something which has happened, it is also listed into World Bank details, the memorandum. I don't know the exact terminology, but into the main reason it is listed that if there is an biological weapon, if there is an crisis due to war, then WHO and United Nations, they have to go there and they have to provide crisis management and support to people. But at this stage of time, the requirements which Ankit listed just now is the exactly same which World Bank was supposed to do and which they have terribly failed. So obviously there is a gap which they have created, and I'm glad that Kim is saying that the president has fired them. It is not working. If it is not serving the purpose, there is no point. But
well, the thing is that we had a NFID foundation. See, I don't understand why we were paying 3. This is the problem I have. Why are we letting one? It should have been one, and it should have been global. Period. It should have been global. There should have never been classified information. That's irritated me since day one. They had classified information on health. No, you don't have classified information on health. So, whoever this next organization is, I would even nominate us, because at least we talk openly about it. But whoever this next organization is, they have to be extremely transparent. They cannot be funded for the purposes of intellectual property. They have to understand that nothing they do is for their own personal gain or for the organization's gain. It is purely for the world information. And I think that the National Foundation of Infectious Disease, the doctors there tried to sound the alarm back in February. They were reaching out. They were contacting not FAUCI, not CDC, not WHO, but the NFID. I've got videos of them going everywhere they could. Just listen to us, people. If we don't do something soon, we're going to be in trouble. Those are the people we should have had taking care of all of us. Those were the guys who they're the ones who roll up their sleeves and get their hands dirty when something like this happens. And so I agree with you, Abhijit. Firing the people that were supposed to be doing this job is the first thing we need to do. So this is not a situation where it's like cybersecurity and all that happened was you lost all your money. This is a situation where your decisions to not act appropriately killed people. Lives were at stake. And not
India is now chairman of World Bank.
Yeah.
After this, so people who are not working and acting properly, our prime minister will make sure they will act properly.
If you talk about that World Bank chairmanship, this is for 3 years. Is it a full-time chair or is it still chair we can share with someone?
It's a revolving chair. It is not permanent. It takes time, and meanwhile also there are provisions that how it can be it can be joined or it can be shifted to somebody else. But primarily it is for 3 years, and there might be an extension again if it is voted that way. But these 3 years are the most important 3 years for World Bank, when Prime Minister of India and India as a country is having the chairmanship. And I'm not sure how much anger and how much this differences are already there between the chairmanship and the last management, who was, I don't know at what level, involved with China to hide this pandemic and to not to stop or not to raise a flag in time flag, I would say. If they would have done this, then world at least would not have gone into such a pandemic. Only China would have affected, and that is what World Bank was supposed to be doing. When there is a requirement, they have a fund and they do it. They have been doing it from a long period. That there is a requirement, there is a crisis, then World Bank has to step in with United Nations if it is a war crisis, and if it is only a health crisis, then they have to provide grants so that it can be taken back and it can be cured into that area. They are not supposed to be waiting for the economic condition of the country or the state, whether they are capable or they are in strength to handle with the health situation of the people out there or not. They have sufficient money to provide a grant and take care of it. So when in China this pandemic initially got flagged out, World Bank was supposed to be going there and giving all type of support which it is required, but to stop the virus transmission at there only, not to the world. But this is the place where they failed. The kind of information update which other country were required, how to detect it, how you can stop it at your airport, or if somebody is trying, and even if it is required, United Nations could have been involved, because if you stop flights who were going across the globe from China, there were still methods to send the virus out of the country through the border areas who are connected with the roads and land. If it is required, United Nations should have been guarding those borders so that people do not cross it. But nothing happened. So prime objective of both of these organizations is under scanner. That how did they fail? Why did they fail? Is there a case of bribery, or is there a case of inclination towards China, or there was a settlement between them and China? And I'm sure that in coming time, such more investigation would come up. Paris has spoken about the investigation. France has spoken about this investigation. Australia is in favor of doing a very strong investigation into this matter.
No, I think that when we look at some of these things, was it greed? Was it a political move? We're going to have to address this eventually, because these things, this impacted the world in the worst of ways. China, I think eventually we're going to have to build a bridge there, whether you want to or not. That's a lot of people. I think eventually, I mean, and I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be very transparent right here, right now. And a lot of people already know this. I've worked with Huawei, not for them, but I've worked with them. Do I trust? No, heck no. No. They lied, they cheated, they stole, they steal intellectual property. They do all the things that you would expect out of a country that people talk about China is, right? I try to keep my mind open and establish that not every human being in China is that way, right? Just because these people were, I try to be open-minded, because there are a lot of people, and I like to believe that majority of humanity is better than the few that are not. So there, there are issues with China. Their government style is not the standard as everyone else's, right? The way they run their country. They run it in fear. They demand it. They don't command. See, they haven't learned the gift of a commanding country as opposed to what a demanding is. They drive in fear as opposed to inspiring. And that's the difference. And I think if they were taught that you can inspire people to respect you, maybe that could be a bridge that could eventually be built. They're not humbled from this experience at all. They are not humbled from what happened, and that's the problem, right? When you've got a country like India who took and reacted as quick as they did, and they did a worldwide let's join hands together prayer day and things like that. This humbled India, all right? This humbled Italy. This humbled Canada, I think. This humbled a lot of countries. It did not humble the US. And it did not humble China. And it did not humble Russia. Right? And so when I look at these factors, and I'm not going to speculate anything, but I have to look at those three things. What do they have in common, and what don't they have in common? right? So look at the countries that have been humbled. Look at the countries that changed their footprint to address this matter. But quite honestly, what I'd like to do is start establishing something that goes one tier above the way we've been operating. And that's so what that our leaders aren't working together. Let's find a community that we trust within ourselves and build our own island, right? Build our own community that we trust each other worldwide. And just so let me tell you why. Because we were having global board meetings once a week. Remember, Sasha? Every Friday? Remember, Ankit? And we were talking to people from all over the world, right? That would just dial in. And all of a sudden, I started listening to what they were saying, not to what my government was saying here in the U.S. And I have friends in the higher office, and I started listening to what everyone else was saying around the world. And I go, oh my gosh, this is really bad. And then I started listening to the NFID guy. And I'm like, why isn't the president listening to the NFID? Then I started reading the articles out of John Hopkins that said that it was aerosol. Yet my president was saying it's not airborne. My leaders were saying it, but aerosol is airborne. So I started listening to the global board and I shut down early. It made me think about all the data that was really going on. And that's why I say we just need to get a trustworthy group of people and maybe just start doing business worldwide. And then other people will join, right? And then we can be selective about that. But we could share our own health information. We can share our own business information. Ankit and I do this all the time now. Sasha and I, we share other things now, not just what's good for IBM TV. What do you think about that?
Kim, when you are doing a business, automatically all the businesses are globally. That is what I believe. Whatever you are doing, it's automatically global now, because if you are online, if you are doing something, if you are buying, you know that a lot of products which is only produced and distributed in India locally, but you will find the same product in US and all other countries as well, because people buy it for their own use and then they use it and consume it in different countries. So nothing is local right now. It's all global. And for global, and to understand what's going on in different countries, you need to talk, you need to communicate with people around the world. And that's how you build your relationship.
And it's just finding that trustworthy link. It's just finding the people you trust. And if I had not have been hearing all of this about what was going on in the whole world, you and I would have never started it. We're going, we got to get this out. We got to share, because people are only listening to what's going on in their own world, and there's something really big going out there. And it was because of sharing that kind of information on a global basis, I was knowledgeable enough to do what I had to do. I stocked up to lock down. This is what I told everybody 2 weeks early, before the president said anything. I stocked up and locked down. And I feel like that saved my life. I really do, because of the people that have been getting infected around here without any consideration, because I was booked to travel. I don't know if you know this, but I was booked to go to the World Leaders Conference in Houston, Texas. And that's where all the people from all over the world come in. And they were not going to refund our trip, but I canceled it. Nick and I took a vote based on what we were hearing, and we canceled everything. And on the same day that we pushed the button to cancel, they canceled, so we got our money back. But I think that conversations like ours should have been happening, and that they weren't. I mean,
and that too without filters, basically, so that we can share the right information without just looking for what to share and what not to share. And I would like to ask Abhijit that, you know that domestic flights have already started in India. And now we are seeing a lot of flights are cancelled as well, and a lot of things going around. And then people who will travel to certain states, they have some kind of quarantine days where they have to keep themselves away from family, and then they can go out. But there are a lot of things happening in the railway as well. Couple of days back, people were traveling from one place to the other, and they stopped the train in between, and then they just ran out. So how can we control these kind of situations? Because you know that, we understand that those people have to reach out their home, but there are a lot of things which we need to manage and which we need to register, and also we need to track people what they're doing for at least couple of days, so that the contamination or the spread won't happen. What do you think about that?
see, when we are talking about it, then you have to understand we are talking about 10 crore people. 10 crore means almost 10 billion.
Yeah.
100 million.
100 million. Sorry, 100 million people. So 100 million people have to be displaced. They are the laborers who have migrated from their own place, from their native place to a metro city or a big city for their work, and they have to come back. There is no registration system which we can follow, or there is no online system of a very good and reliable database where they can just with your phone and they can go and log in that I want to go back. So you have to identify them also, and they also have to get themselves identified to the government that I am the one who has to go. It cannot be a system that a train is parked and people, whoever is interested, they can just sit down. It's not a zoo train. It has to be registered. People need to be checked. There has to be a logistic and food and other requirement need to be arranged as per them. At the same stage, the state also has a role. So union government has a role and the state government has a role. State also has to give a list that how many migrant labor we have and which places we have to send them. So that railway has to plan and route accordingly, and they have to plan stoppages also accordingly, and train has to go into that way. The kind of problem which has been seen is primarily the context of non-coordination between the state and the central government. State is not giving data. Sometimes center is giving train information late, and sometimes the kind of route railway has taken, it is larger than what they would have reached there. So frustration into people's mind who are sitting in the train from last 2 days or 1 day is high. They would have reached their home, but it is going from different route. A train which is going from Goa to Nagpur has reached somewhere else.
Yeah.
So you can look at it into many ways, and basic difficulties is with each step there has to be a follow-up politics after this, that I am helping, this government is not helping. So in India, politics at times becomes difficult. The differentiation and the formation of state government was not done it so that my state and your state, and in this battle people die. It was done for the purpose of administrative comfort to people. And when it comes to administrative comfort, they need to come into an equation. I'm glad that our central government did not oppose the emergency-like situation and taken over the power of the state government yet. If they would have taken, then there is no issue. But they respected the democratic right of people of the state, that they have elected a government and a party which may not be in the power in the center. So we should not be overstepping on their right, and we should not conduct an emergency procedure. Many countries have, I think Japan has declared emergency. Many countries, I don't remember the list, but they have seen all local political power, and there is one party who is taking all decisions. So what is the resource and what is the logistic and what is the allocation? Per se, it's a linear equation, but in here it has been a difficult part. There might be a number of arguments which you may listen, but this is the prime region, and this will not stop here. This will trouble more. When you are talking about opening up lockdown, then also I told you in the initial talk that people, if they will get stuck, if there are more than 2-3 states they have to cross, and we have smaller states. If you are crossing from Delhi airport and going to Ghaziabad, then you are crossing almost 3 states, sometimes 4 states. In these situations, you have to be stopped at each border of state, and then you have to give them a pass. It has to be revalidated. It needs to be checked, and there has to be a coordination system. If this will not come into power, it will not come into practice, then it is going to create more problem towards the economics, towards the lockdown and its comeback strategy. I believe central government is thinking a lot about it, and they will come out with some solution. When it will come out, I'll definitely come back and give an update to you guys.
No, that would be good. One of the things I find odd is that, again, we have done some travel bans here in the U.S. One of them is to Brazil. And my whole, I read it briefly. I'm going to read it in more detail because it doesn't make any sense to me the way it reads. But why don't we just get smart, kind of do like Iceland did? But we've got test kits now, right? Even though they're probably 85% accurate, why don't we just start testing, right? You want to travel somewhere, do the rapid test set. right? Get tested and go. When you get there, 24 hours later, get tested again. It's just no different than testing yourself for diabetes, so it can't be that dangerous, right? So give it another 24 hours, and while you're there, just test yourself again. And then there's nothing wrong with testing yourself for 14 days just to make sure you didn't pick up something in the transfer. But then also, trace where you've been. Utilize your cell phone. Don't turn it off, and utilize your cell phone to trace where you've been, or do a quarantine of people who travel, right? You traveled from Brazil to here. You're going to have to stay 14 days at this particular hotel. And we test you, every day until we know that you're clean and good to go. I just think that that's just a good process we could do, just temporary. It doesn't have to be forever, but just testing every day until we get control over it. It's just, to me, a cheaper alternative than shutting down a whole country, shutting down traveling 100%. But it would make it safer. If you tested everyone before they came on a plane for fever and to see if they have the antibodies, that's it. You've probably saved 50% of the people who were being infected from infecting other people. It was just a thought. Anyone got any input on testing?
No, I think so. I mean, I believe that we should set up a medical clinic, or maybe something, or maybe a small airport hospital, and we should screen everyone, because whenever we go to an airport, we have to reach there a couple of hours before the flight starts. And I think we should utilize that time, and we should screen a lot of people, and that way we can screen them, we can diagnose them. If they don't have COVID, that's also fine, but maybe we can get something out of their diagnosis, and we can treat them. I mean, it's more about health, and health is wealth. And if we start from airport, and then suppose the flight is of 2 hours, and that person, once he reaches out to the other city, they have the reports ready at the airport.
Right. I mean, it's
also,
such a simple.
Abhijit, you need to unmute. You have muted yourself.
Yeah, Abhijit, and Sasha has input. Sasha wants to say.
The issue is not with the air travel. Issue is primarily with the train travel. In air travel, I think last 3 rows of each aircraft it has been kept reserved for people who are showing any sort of symptom. It may be a small sneezing, or it may be a little cough, or they have a high temperature. So last 3 rows is given to them. Other than that, the people who are only allowed to sit in aircraft is in the middle row, in the middle seat. Right and left is clear. You cannot sit on them. Price of air travel is high now, domestic flights also, and you are supposed to be touching least things into the aircraft. And places where your hands and your body is getting touched, it is getting thoroughly sanitized after each flight. Then again, people who are interacting with the ground staff, and ground staff is under protective gear. And what I told you in the earlier episode, that there is an interface plastic also between ground staff and the passengers. The main problem which we might be facing, and which you are asking very rightly, is how do we quarantine people who have came from train? The situation of train is not so good. The social distancing is not very well maintained. Population is very high. It's not only high, it's panicking also. And they have different sort of difficulties, like since it is not well coordinated, sometimes difficulty of water, sometimes difficulty of sanitation, sometimes difficulty of food, and primarily the difficulty of route and the timing which they are spending on the wheels. So these are the things which are irritating people, and people are into that panic, are breaking rules and sometimes compromising their own security. So that is the reason that they are not relying on any of the tests. When you are reaching, mandatorily you are being kept 14 days quarantine. If you develop a symptom in between, let's not take any chance. So the testing on the way, and then since it is taking more than 2 days to reach few places in India by train, it is better to have them completely quarantine into 14 days. And if they develop symptoms, then they will be treated more extensively. This is what happening now.
I think that
are we up for the immunity passport soon?
Are you affording?
I said, do you think the immunity passport? We can talk about, or maybe implement the immunity passport and share our health details while we're traveling abroad.
Immunity
Therefore, I think
passport.
today, and I think there would be a database very soon where people would be in order to reach out more people, and more people would have an interest into air travel, and they want to put their immunity in that way that the testing and the other stuff does not come in between and does not stop them from traveling. Then this idea of immunity passport maybe more will come into more center stage. Not
That's
now.
interesting. Sasha, you wanted to say something on the subject matter. What
Yes, just very quickly about testing. As we know, they are not 100% accurate. Most of them are 85% accurate. It's a very large number, 15%, if you consider that it's such an important outcome of test, and 15% is a really large number. Then second issue, I'm not so sure how quickly you get result of the test, and whether the result is for antibodies or results are for basically you have infected yourself or not. So there are drawbacks of tests. Now, speaking now about the complete picture of coronavirus is, it's just accelerated a lot of political, economical, and many other processes in the world. It's speeded up tremendously um, the fight for superiority between US and China. And in fact, the fight is all open air fair. It's now, it's existential fight, even if there will be no military confrontation, but there will be a huge economical and political confrontation. And it will be more and more difficult for Europe to stand aside and just see who will prevail, and then take the winner side or the loser side, if you prefer. Europe will have to sooner or later, and I think rather sooner, to make a stance where they are. And it will be a very, very difficult, highly political decision. And even European Union doesn't have a unanimous decision on many issues. And some countries like Hungary, Poland, they have very independent points of view. In many cases, they're doing quite well for their countries and citizens, for their system, political. For example, as you know, for several years now, they disallow any immigration to these countries. They're just not taking anybody, period. Just say no, 100%, no immigrants are allowed. So this way, they keeping their countries quite homogeneous as the nationality, language is concerned, the way of life, the customs, the religion, anything, just name it. And therefore, you may say that they are going into nationalistic policies or so on. It might as well be, but a situation like this, it works really well. They have many less cases than a lot of developed countries. And now you are questioning whole system and wisdom of this uncontrollable immigration of citizens, especially from, I don't know, North Africa or the Middle East or something like that, in countries of Western Europe like France, Italy, and so on. Italy is one of the example when they dearly paid for allowing, for example, Chinese to travel uncontrollable back and forth, and you know what's happened as a result of it. And I have one. He's a scientist. I just listened to his lecture on a Russian television program, and he's a man of culture. He loves museum and he travels a lot. And he's saying that, look, the Europe is completely different today than it was even 20, 25 years ago. Like before, I would go to Louvre and I would look at Gioconda and I would stare for it for hours. Today, you're going there and you're standing like this, there are all kinds of people, all those Chinese people barefoot, and they're coming there and they're breathing at you. And you can't even stay there even for 5 minutes and just watch it. So you have to leave for all practical purposes. No, does anybody need a Europe like that? Probably not, at least not me. And I'm applauding to countries like Poland and Hungary with all their problems and way of developing a normal Western European way of life. But at least what they're doing, you can criticize it, but there are a lot of wisdom in that. And I'm with both hands for it.
I think that there's, people are putting some good thought into this. Again, I'm just, thrilled that one country was able to have actually a pandemic plan in place, and it worked out for them. But hello and welcome to David K. Johnson. How are you doing?
Glad to be here.
Good afternoon. Happy Memorial Day.
Got rid of the mountain man look.
Yeah, you're looking good. Very sharp.
3 months.
So the barber shop. Did you go to the barber shop?
No, my 8th child, who's a lyricist, also turns out she could be a hairstylist of sorts.
There you go. Ankit became a hairstylist. Ankit does his own barber work, and I've been running into a lot of people who've been doing their own. But welcome and happy Memorial Day, and thank you for joining us today and talking about the financial situations that each country's in and how we can pull this out together and what it's looking like. What does our future look like today?
Well, we just ran a piece at DC Report, the news service that I'm the chief editor of. This happened to be a piece that I wrote. And it's about the data showing that the growth of money in this country, the United States, is at more than double the previous record rate. The narrowest.
Can you explain growth of money real quick?
Yeah. Yes, the narrowest measure of money is bills and coins in circulation, bank deposits, and traveler's checks. Traveler's checks are minimal. And for years, the growth rate has been between about 4% and 7% a year. Under Obama, after the economy turned around, it was 6%. Under Trump, until the pandemic, it was about 4.5%, so it was smaller. In the last 90 days, M1 in America grew 42%. And bank deposits are at record levels. Institutional money market funds are at record levels. And what we're seeing is wealth and want growing at the same time. So we have people who don't need help, who got it, and who went out and borrowed money in the markets at the extraordinarily low interest rates we have today. And so there are individuals and institutions that are flush with cash beyond any possible need for a couple of years. And then you have people who can't buy groceries, which is why you see these miles-long lines of people who can afford the payments on new cars. Those cars look pretty nice and shiny overall, who can't get groceries for their children. And it's indicative of the kind of mismanagement that we've seen. Now, just a couple of hours ago, the New York Times put up a report by Jesse Drucker, one of their best financial writers, and Sarah Silver Greenberg and Sarah Cliff, who are also excellent reporters, about how a number of hospitals in the U.S. have an enormous cash pile, billions and billions of dollars, and they've added to these, and they got money from the government through these. And so what we're seeing is, at the moment, wealth and want both growing. But what we will see coming out of this, because we will eventually get past this, is going to be greater inequality, greater concentration of power in narrow hands, and less competition. And in the 2008 Great Recession, which we are far past now, we are at the levels of the Great Depression of 1929 to 1933 in terms of unemployment and human misery. What we're going to see coming out of this will be, just after 2008, fewer banks having a larger share of the market, we may even see fewer airlines. There's been the head of Boeing has talked about he expects at least one airline to go under. I'd be surprised if it's only one, but I don't think it'll be one of the big 5 major airlines. But some airline, like a smaller one, like Allegiant or Spirit. And this is not good. Capitalism requires market competition. And if there's anything people in business hate, including me, when my oldest son and I started a business that we've since shut down, but that was very successful for a decade, the one thing we hated was competition, because competition means less profit. But capitalism doesn't work if it doesn't have competition. It becomes a mining system to extract cash down below and move it up without creating economic growth. So we're really laying the grounds here for some real problems down the road.
David, a question, very quick question to you. David, what's the difference between recession and depression?
Oh, they're just terms. You know, we over the course of history and since the Civil War in America, we've called them panics, recessions, depressions. The real issue is how deep is it? Now,
okay, I have even better answer. You know, David, I have this answer. A recession, it's when your neighbor is out of job. Depression is when you are.
Yeah, that's a good joke. But most of the news media in the U.S. does an incredibly good job of reporting official announcements. You can rely on them and whatnot. At DC Report, my colleagues and I, who are former senior people at the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the LA Times, we, enterprise and go look at things. And so we reported weeks ago, I think it may well be over a month ago now, that the unemployment rate in the United States was going to be 25% momentarily, and likely 32%. We're clearly above 25% unemployment. We've had 39 million people in 9 weeks apply for jobless benefits, and there are about 158 million jobs. So clearly we're well above 25%. A few people have gone back to work, but not many. That puts us at the level of the Great Depression from, remember there were two depressions, 29 to 33, and then we were recovering, and then FDR was persuaded to cut back on government spending, and we went into another depression that started in 37, a recession in that case. And the worst unemployment in the Great Depression was just under 25% at the beginning of 1933. Well, we're there or past that. Now add to that the fact that the 2008 depression or Great Recession of 2008 resulted in wiping out the wealth, the minimal wealth of families headed by parents 35 and under. Their wealth just went away. Of African Americans, and a substantial reduction for everyone in the bottom 90%. And we're now back into that situation. Lots of people are doing fine, by the way. I mean, I'm a good example of that. My wife is still working. I'm still working. I have a job that I can do from home, and I'm a retiree, so I still get my Social Security and my pensions. We're better off, which is ridiculous, but we are. And there are lots of people because we're not spending money. Money we used to spend, we're not spending now. I still have February's gas in my Volkswagen.
Yeah, right.
I driven 151 miles in the last 6 weeks, where I leave the house to go out and have somebody put, like milk in the trunk of the car. That's it. And so there will be huge disruptions under this. Yes, I'm sorry, Abjit.
I have a question from you, Ms. David Kane Johnson, that usually I think all of you would agree in a very basic idea of recession, that it is something which has happened which you or me or nobody predicted. It happened in 2008, and again, due to this pandemic, it is happening now. Our economies will go back into recession. So if I've been a banker in my initial career, so if we look at a recession and possibility of getting into recession as a risk, then obviously we have to do some risk management. Since 2008 till today, globe and the world economies and the country's economies must have done some investment on the risk management to manage the risk that we should not land up into such equation or into such situation again after 2008. And primarily I see it did not happen. Due to economic reason, it did not happen. It happened because of a health issue and a virus attack and etc. So at this stage of time, if you are supposed to be evaluating that what kind of investment they made to meet a risk, which is a possible and potential risk, then and where we are standing now. And now if we are terribly shaken and now we are trembling, then are we going to do such investment into future for coming out of this or not?
Well, in the United States, we'll do that when we have a change of government and we have different leaders in the U.S. Senate and the White House. But you're onto something that's very, very important. I'm gathering material to write a series of pieces about this. Our biggest concern in the U.S. right now is not an inflation because of all this money. It's a deflation because there's no demand. Coming out of this, we need to be investing in a number of things. Infrastructure. I mean, the U.S. is beginning to look like a third world country. The biggest beneficiaries of this are front-end alignment shops. I can't tell you how many times I've had to take my cars in to get the wheels aligned again because of potholes. We need to start fixing our infrastructure, which will generate a lot of economic activity and make the economy more efficient. We need to go back to spending money on two areas of science: basic research, which we've fundamentally cut, and basic science research is only funded by governments, occasionally a philanthropist, but it's governments. Corporations don't spend money on basic research. We need to go back to the 1950s and 60s policy of the US government of spending money on applying science in practical ways. There's a book by two MIT economists, one of them's named Gruber, and I'm sorry the name isn't coming up in my memory, but it talks about how to rebuild the American economy by investing in hiring companies to do science-related work. And interestingly, Rochester, New York, where I live, is, in their view, the #1 city in America to begin rebuilding the American economy. This has always been a big industrial innovation center from essentially the Civil War till 1975. Rochester was Silicon Valley, Seattle, and Route 128 wrapped up in one. But it was an industrial economy. We're now in the digital economy, heading into the biologic or genetic economy.
Right.
Then we need to have a significant redoing in America of our education system. We are still saddled with a 19th century education system designed to move us from an agrarian culture to an industrial one. So we taught people reading, writing, and simple numbers. But we did not teach critical thinking skills. We teach a horribly dishonest history of our country. I've always been struck by the fact that all of my friends who are Russian or Ukrainian know American history better than anybody I know in America who's not a history professor. Yeah, I mean, they can tell you about all sorts of events in American history that Americans are simply not taught about because we have this very dishonest, history about our Civil War, about racism, scientific advance. And we've created a culture in the US in the last, I would argue, about 40 years of denigrating education. I was on a radio show about 10 years ago now where this call-in show, the person said, "Oh, you're one of those elite." And I went, "Well, thank you." And he said, "What?" I said, "Thank you, sir. I mean, as somebody who grew up poor, blue-collar environment, if you think I'm an elite, that's an incredible honor, and I appreciate it." And then I said, "You have no idea what that word means, do you, sir? You should get a dictionary and look it up." And we have this real problem in America that we have made an honor to be stupid, to be moronic, or in the ancient Greek meaning of the word, an idiot, only caring about yourself and not about the society around you. So I think absolutely, Abhijit, we need to have significant investments. America needs huge capital expenditure investments. The 2017 Trump tax cut was advertised as, there'll be massive capital investment here in America by business. No, there wasn't. They bought stock buybacks and they created an incentive to invest overseas because your profits are minimally taxed by the US if you earn them overseas, and all you need to do is find a country that is so desperate for jobs they don't care if they collect revenue from you or much revenue. And we need to fundamentally rework a lot of things in America, and I'm hoping that coming out of this, that's what we do. We fix education, we go back to investing in basic science, applied science through government spending. We change this culture that stupid is something to be proud of. But it's a big cultural shift. And in the meantime, your country, I assume you're from India, yes?
What is Abhijit?
Yes, he's from India.
Okay.
He's
In-
unmute. There you go.
Yes.
Yes. India and China were the two wealthiest countries in the world 500 years ago. They are on their way back to achieving that. It won't happen in my lifetime, but they're getting there. And in China, what is holding it back is the oppressive communist regime at the top that limits creativity and freedom, and that's under stress because of that. And in India, it's this just abominable legal system that the British brought that is sclerotic and holding up the growth of the society. And once you deal with those, and there's some other challenges, but those are sort of the big ones in each country, I fully expect that both China and India are going to go back to being very wealthy countries. That doesn't mean they won't have poverty, they will, but they're going to be much better off than they are today. And the US needs to recognize we're in a new era. One of the things we're doing in the United States is, we're now spend on national security, not just the military, but spying and electronic surveillance and all that. Close to $1 trillion a year if you add the share of the national debt that we've created through this. And yet, we're building aircraft carriers that cost $13 billion and then a fleet of ships around them that make it $25 to $30 billion investment. You can take it all out with one missile. This makes no sense. This is not the warfare of the future. We're back trying to refight World War II.
Why do we want to build to tear down? I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it is. That's a great thing to put up the debt clock. The debt itself is not a problem. The U.S. government can spend any amount of money it wants. The history shows that when governments spend money that they have borrowed by putting money out, the people are better off because it's a liability to the government. It's an asset to us.
Right.
You just have to do it in relation to economic production and activity. And by the way, one of the things I expect that will come out of this will be some kind of a program for the failed small businesses in America, where we'll probably make loans that can be turned into grants to restart your business or start a new business if you're a business owner. Because we're going to see tons of small businesses fold simply because they don't have they're lightly capitalized and they can't take the shock.
David, are you aware that the PPP that they gave out was supposed to go to a lot of the small businesses, but they changed the business model, they capped it. And so a lot of the companies, they only got $1,000. They didn't even get the rubber stamp 10,000.
Well,
all of the money went to the big companies, not the little companies.
And that's, I think, because it was what it was intended by this administration, was to jockey the rules in that way. I went to see if the charity I run could get a loan to cover our 2 months of our payroll.
Right.
And I went to my bank, the bank for the charity, DC Report, minutes after they said they would be open. I mean, within 5 minutes. And there was an announcement saying we're already have taken all the applications we can handle.
I've got a confirmation number, and so I should have qualified for just the rubber stamp loan and didn't get anything. But Magic Johnson got so upset because the minority businesses did not get any money. The minority businesses did not qualify for any money. There should have been.
The Trump administration would allow a policy that was bad for minorities.
Right. So, yeah. So anyway, so Magic Johnson, I know you're probably aware of this, put up $100 million with his partnering bank to do a PPP, the 75-25% forgiveness loan. Now, if you read the rules, you'll learn how to make it 100%, which I did. I read all the rules, and I filled out the form. I got a confirmation number. And I qualified for a lot more money. This is for a real loan. This isn't for the PPP 10K. The format was so simple compared to the one that Trump's administration put out. And I filled out the form. I read the rules. And if you read the rules, you'll learn how to make it 100% forgiven. Right. And but he was more about giving you the money you need to sustain, not just here's a couple of dollars to get you by. He was
and this is really important to economic growth. I mean, I asked my wife, she runs a $500 million charity.
Wow.
And I asked her what would happen if your half your staff left And she was like, oh, it would take us years to recover because there's all these skills. You have to know the community. It's a community foundation. You have to know the community. You have to know the agencies. You have to know what people want to give. You have to know tax law. The whole variety of things. She has people on her staff that they know. So the Danes, I think, have been very smart about this. They basically said, we're going to give companies money to keep people on their payroll so that when this passes, and it'll become endemic, and we will have cures, if not a vaccine, we'll have reliable treatments, and we move forward. That's a much smarter way to do it than what we've done. But, that this administration, run by the worst predators on Wall Street, even though it was promised we'd get the opposite, of course it's going to rig the game for big companies and going to cut out every way it legally can minorities. I mean, there's no question about the hostility of Donald Trump and the people around him. And I've known Donald, as you know, for 32 years, covered him longer than any other American journalist. Donald's a racist to the core. And his policies reflect that.
And the thing is that a lot of people don't realize that in the loan process, I don't know of any minority that got it. And the few minorities that might have, they only got the $1,000, not the $10,000. What does $1,000 buy you in this scheme of an 8-week period, or even 10? Magic Johnson, I will say, I commend him. I'll vote for him for president at this point.
Yeah. The money is bupkis in the size of the American economy, but he's showing by example what we could be doing, and that's what's really important about it. Because the amount of money, $100 million, is a drop in the bucket in a $22 trillion economy.
I even asked, because we know that a lot of the millionaires and billionaires, the real successful people, are slightly impacted by this, but still have good money. And I even asked, why can't we say, okay, if you guys put up loans, this was just before Magic did this, right, put up loans and get 100% tax deduction for it. Because, in a donation kind of program, you're capped at what you get back. So why not just say that any of these millionaires and billionaires or people with money that put up a means to help support the small businesses will get 100% tax?
Well, Congress could enact a tax credit that allows you to do that rather than a tax deduction.
And no cap.
But the problem is Mitch McConnell, the majority leader in the Senate, has already said he wants to cut back on the aid going to ordinary Americans. And that's because Mitch McConnell, who grew up with a trust fund, good for him.
Silver spoon.
He's worried, oh my goodness, people will want to be on the dole instead of working. Never mind all the evidence to the contrary. And, right now what we're seeing in Washington through the Senate and the White House is an American government of the rich, by the rich, for the rich. And not just all the rich, but the worst people among the rich in America. And passing a tax credit would be a very smart idea to encourage this, to encourage investments. We could come up with a whole variety of strategies to do that. But nothing like that will happen until at least January 3rd of next year, when we have a new Congress.
Well, and it might not happen then, because it depends on who's in Congress.
And who's in control. And if the Republicans maintain control of the Senate, we will just, tread along with the most minimal possible help to people who aren't at the top.
I believe that if they would just to help give a stronger, quicker relief, just say, okay, nobody pay their taxes right now. Just get yourself recovered, use what money you have to get yourself back on your feet, but don't put any pressure on anybody. But they're not doing that. I want to tell you what, the one, how they've made people where they can't get thrown out of their homes and stuff like that. The one thing that didn't change was your tax debt. They may have delayed it, but they are not. If we're going to have relief for buyers and renters of their homes, then we have to provide relief for landlords to the degree that they're leveraged. I mean, there's some landlords who, once they pay off their loans, they keep the property because they got great cash flow. But that's not the norm. Most of them swap into another piece of property, take out more non-recourse debt. And we need to, small business people, including landlords, need help as much as working people. So, Sasha, where do you live?
Toronto, Canada.
In Toronto. Okay.
We are neighbors, practically.
Okay. Well, one of my children is a Canadian citizen. She's a lawyer in suburban Toronto. represents children. She's a child advocacy lawyer. How do you see the government in Toronto, the federal government, the provincial government of Ontario, and the municipality of Toronto dealing with this in economic terms?
Well, Canadian dollar, of course, as we know, is not a reserve currency, and therefore Canada has to be very careful with this foreign debt, which for a small country like Canada, only 36 million people live in Canada, although territory is huge, but as we all know, we all live across 49 parallels. So the issue is to keep the foreign deficit down. And I've noticed one thing: you were not too concerned about $25 trillion of U.S. national debt. But I have one question, David. I remember in the beginning of 2000s, and specifically during this, let's call it recession of 2008-9, the foreign debt level of U.S. government was around $8-9 trillion. It's large enough. Never mind today's 25 trillion, but even 8-9 is large enough. However, the all national level of all goods, all the equity of households of the United States of America at the time was over $100 trillion. And it doesn't even include the corporations like Microsoft, Apple, and others, just households. Today's households of the United States of America are approximately at the level of $41 trillion. Now, with a national debt of $25 trillion, it's approaching the level of the equity of all U.S. households put together. Is that not so dangerous in your opinion?
Well,
David, it's a very interesting discussion, but thank you all. I have to leave now. Alex and David, it was especially very good listening to you. Thank you, Ankit. Thank you, Kim. See you soon next month.
See you next time. Take
Good night.
care.
Sasha, yes, we need to be concerned about the level of debt versus equity. There's a new book coming out momentarily that I gave a blurb for on the cover, and I said this is the most important book I have ever read. It's by Stephanie Kelton, who's an economist, used to be with the Senate Finance Committee. She's now teaching on Long Island at Stony Brook University. It's called The Deficit Myth. And she is the intellectual leader of a group called Modern Monetary Theory. And they basically argued that everything that was taught when I was going to the University of Chicago's graduate economics program and all the other schools I studied economics at is wrong, and that we have misunderstood the nature of money. It's an idea that needs to be further fleshed out and debated, but it is a truly new breakthrough idea in economics that needs tremendous amount of discussion, and not just the, oh, that's ridiculous, that up until now, MMT has gotten. The modern monetary theory began to be accepted when Bloomberg News began writing serious pieces about it. And everybody went, wait a minute. I think that servicing debt is a real issue. We're very fortunate right now. We have the lowest interest rates in 700 years as a practical matter.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, at the turn of the century, the federal government's blended average borrowing rate was about 6.25%. Its blended average borrowing rate now is about 2%, maybe 2.25%. When that goes up, the demand to pay interest will squeeze out other activities. But I think the bigger problem is not the debt. It is the need to invest in economically productive activities rather than financial activities. After all, finance is supposed to make the economy work, but it's not the economy. And it's like when I was teaching law, I'm not a lawyer, but I taught law, third-year law students for 8 years. I would always say to my students, you know, people make jokes about lawyers and whatnot, but the fact is law is what allows civilization. And lawyers are the grease that makes the engine of civilization work. Just don't ever forget that you're the grease.
Oh, you didn't say fat? You didn't say fat. You said grease. You're the fat that makes it work. The grease. I like that.
I mean, fundamentally, what we're not doing in America is investing in long-lasting, economically productive assets. We've turned this into an economy of financialization, which is cheap on a relative basis to doing other things. It's short-term, and it distorts your concept of return. I mean, I sat next to a guy one day on an airplane who was telling me he and his partners had decided not to invest in an opportunity to make something here in New York State. And I said, why? And he said, well, because we're only going to make a 42% return each year on our money. And I looked at him and I said, a 42% return is inadequate? Well, yeah, because there are plenty of opportunities to make 60 or 80% by going through the market and not investing in making something. And that's, we've got to get the rules changed here about that. So, yes, I'm concerned about the debt to some degree, but I think that we can manage all of this prudently. And what we really need to work on is investing in economically useful activities. Little thing for the American Association of the Advancement of Science. More than one half of the economic growth in the U.S. since World War II is because of taxpayer investments in science. My little iPhone here, my computer in my hand, that all depended on in taxpayer investments in mathematics, in material science, in computer science, electrical engineering, a whole bunch of things taxpayers put money into. And we need to, be investing in things that will lead to useful products and more efficiency, and recognize that in the industrial world, what created jobs in the industrial world? Inefficiency. When in India, the first steel was made in India roughly 2,500, 3,000 years ago. To make 1 ton of steel back then took years and years and years of labor. Now we make steel in 40 minutes of labor. That's efficiency. So, steel jobs have shrunk like crazy, right? In 1958, we had a steel strike in the eastern U.S. and my parents' business failed in California. Steel isn't that important anymore. Car manufacturing, the number of hours to make a car has come down just tremendously. And we need to realize that, the old economics that we grew up with, that's changing. And what in the world's going to happen when the genomic age really hits us?
You bring up something that always hits my heartstrings. Is a small town in North Carolina called High Point, and we were world famous for our furniture.
Oh, yeah.
The furniture industry changed considerably, and good quality furniture was no longer a factor. And so it, of course, went all over the world, and High Point completely shut down. And the economics just really was horrific on that town. And it became, the drug center of the state. It became just the poorest of poor that you could ever see. But I'm real proud of this town because the crime rate was really, really high, right? And you just did not even want to go there, let alone go live there, right? So the police department, of all people, the police department took control of the city, and they turned it around, and they reduced one of the worst crimes in the world. To me, domestic violent fatalities went from way up here, which was very high in a low income like it, to zero. They reduced to zero. But they took control of the situation. They've cleaned it up so well, so that now whenever somebody, and the town is cleaned up, right?
They've also adopted better police practices.
Yes, they did.
Fomented domestic violence instead of reducing the tension.
Right, but they took control. But the police did this, and they've cleaned it up so nice that you want to go live there, right? So now their economic situation is turning around for different reasons. But now when somebody calls me up and says, my daughter's in a domestic situation, and they ask me, what do? I go to High Point. They have zero tolerance, and they have reduced the fatalities to zero. They've actually reduced the repeat offenders. You're going to love this. They reduced the repeat offenders to zero.
Yeah, that's very impressive. A little story about the furniture making industry there in North Carolina. About 15 or 18 years ago, I had lunch with a woman who worked for one of the big brand name high-end furniture companies. in customer relations. And she was telling me about how they would sell corporate conference tables. And if somebody called up and said something was wrong, they would put a technician on an airplane and send them there to fix it at no charge, because that was their business model. And then when we opened up trade with China and with Vietnam, they began making all these tables with veneers instead of solid wood. And they put limited warranties on them. And what happened is, for a period of time, she said, profits went way up. The managers were very happy. And then people stopped buying their stuff. They weren't going to pay instead of a $40,000 table, maybe it was only $30,000. But as a practical matter, they would have been just as fine buying a metal table for $5,000.
Right.
And the market went away because people still wanted the quality furniture, but they weren't making it. She lost her job as a result of this. And, people, we need to recognize that there's value in things we make. We want to make quality items. You go to Japan. One of the first things I was struck by when I went to Japan 35 years ago was, my goodness, how expensive just a cup of coffee was.
Oh,
yeah. You don't see people living in the streets like you do in America. High prices and high wages go hand in hand, along with high taxes, to maintain a useful society. So
it is a fully functional, useful society. I want to share something with you guys I found just because this was interesting to me. This isn't really about economics, but it's about the situation we're in today. And I thought this odd because this went, it's been around a long time, the board game, but it actually received a big upgrade last year. Microsoft owns it, but it's called the Pandemic board game. Has anyone ever seen this? Has anyone ever seen this? It
looks a little like Melania on the cover.
Right, but here's what's funny is it's been around since 2008. It was written by Matt, somebody, a real famous game writer, but the board game got a huge upgrade in August of 2019. And, telling you, hey, this is a great way, what are you going to do if the whole world got hit with the pandemic? How would you control it? I just thought it was interesting. I didn't know if I'm going to buy it because I think I need to learn what to do when there's a pandemic. Maybe I'll buy it and give it to our government. But
you can also get the 69-page booklet the Obama administration left for the Trump administration.
Oh, the pandemic team. Yeah.
They left a 69-page, guidebook. Here's what to do.
What's interesting, and I don't know, I've been talking about it all day, is Iceland. If anyone takes a look at what they did and how they addressed the situation, but they survived this pandemic very well. They never even closed down the schools. They caught it when the first person got infected, but their testing methods were totally different than anyone else's. They would take people with symptoms and not test them. They would go, well, if you got the flu or COVID, go over here. You get treated, but we're not going to waste our money testing you. What they used their test on were people who had no symptoms. Yeah. And they went out and tested the whole population. They heavily tested per capita more than anyone else in the world. And they contained the situation. They went to strict policies, wear masks, be respectful, distancing, things like that. But they never shut down economically. So I just wanted to share that there are. But here's what they said. They said the minute they detected one person, they followed their pandemic policies.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, they had pandemic policies. Where was art? So I look at this footprint and I go, this is what people need to follow. These kind of, like Hong Kong, that's a good footprint. They all have pandemic kits that they carry around. And part of the kit, and people don't know this, is the COVID can carry in on your shoe and stay on your floor for 17 hours. And a lot of people aren't aware of that. So part of their kit is sanitizing their shoes.
A lot of what government needs to do is boring stuff like having plans, having stockpiles. It's not as fun as playing politics. And both parties are equally, guilty of preferring politics to the boring but important work of government.
Also, you will not get 80% return on your investment by doing all that stuff. Never.
Well, the thing is I think that, again, it's like you said, it's like financial literacy, right? The greatest gap between poverty and sustainability is financial literacy. And like Nick says, nobody wants to do financial literacy because it's boring. So that's why you still have such a high low income population or poverty, because it's boring. I don't want to learn it. So, I mean, but we need to change that mental state of mind. And maybe this is a good reset button. And David, I'm so glad that you said that we live with 19th century education foundation. We need to change that. And we've got a great person to do that right here, Jeff, all the way from the University of Illinois. Hello, Jeff.
How's everybody doing?
Hello.
Hi. Do you know David K. Johnston?
Well, we've followed each other on social media and had a few exchanges over the years, so it's good to see him in person.
Ah, well, good.
What
Yeah.
GIS behind you?
What's that?
It looks like the letters on the banner behind you.
GIES, Geese College of Business.
Oh,
That's where I'm
Geese
the University of Illinois. Yeah. Good to see you. So, no, David just got me thinking about this as to whether our response to this pandemic would be any different if this were not an election year. Right? I do think there's a fair amount on both sides of a lot of the debate right now about whether we should continue to socially distance, whether we should keep the economy closed, to what extent, how quickly we should open it, I think is getting pretty tied up in ideology right now. And that's probably exacerbated a bit by the fact that we've got an election coming up in the U.S. in not too distant future here.
No, you're absolutely right. And what a mindset to start considering some of these factors of how it's not just going to impact us, but how it's impacting the campaigns. I mean, people can campaign on anything right now, right? It's like, but the biggest solution is going to be what? Getting us out of this problem. Somebody made a joke. I think it was actually one of Trump's children. We'll have a miracle vaccine the day after the elections. Just like, that's not a joke.
We never have a vaccine. We don't have a vaccine for AIDS.
No, we don't.
It's endemic. We have treatments for it that have radically reduced the spread of it. And this idea that we're going to have a vaccine in 12 months, maybe if we can do things faster, that's terrific. But more likely, we will have effective treatments for it over a period of time.
And I'm glad you brought up that if we consider all the other viruses in the world that maybe we never found a cure for, like Ebola, AIDS, that again, we not only don't have a true answer, vaccine or treatment for preventive, but what we have are policies that go with them. Right.
These new viruses, well, they're not new, but as the permafrost in Siberia and northern Norway is melting in Canada, they're finding all of these ancient viruses that human beings haven't had any contact with. The Arctic is now teeming with them, according to Scientific American. And we're going to have continual problems with pernicious viruses going forward, especially because there are almost 8 billion of us.
Right. I mean, and then that's something to think about too. There's 8 billion of us, but probably only 500,000 that lead us. Kind of scary. But,
I would like to understand from our panelists that smaller economies and smaller countries have done really well in terms of fighting and managing the COVID-19 situation, be it Hong Kong, be it Macau, be it South Korea, be it Singapore, or be it... So do you think that people have, or countries with limited resources, they are doing good job as compared to countries with so many dollars? Because this is not happening. This is not solving the problem. The problem is solving by people and doctors and pandemic teams and doing the right things on day-to-day basis, and not talking politically. Conferences and things like that. And the best part is that a lot of countries, small countries, they are sharing or they are learning from what happened to the bigger countries, and they're implementing it. But countries like Brazil, Russia, and all those things, we have seen that the cases have grown in last maybe a month or so, and they're watching Italy, Spain, US, India, and all those countries, but still they're not learning. So I think that countries with limited resources, they are in a good shape as compared to bigger economy. What do you think, sir?
I feel like in 2 or 3 years, looking back, we're going to learn a lot about what we should have done, right?
Yeah.
Some of these things, you know,
50-50.
it's kind of the nature of science and research and economics as a science and so forth that, you know, you can learn an enormous amount. And there's researchers all over the world that not just the medical researchers in the vaccine, but people trying to understand the impact of social interaction on the spread and all of these things, right? Social scientists as well. And the problem is we can't produce that body of knowledge quite quickly enough to optimize the policies, even if people are listening. And we're certainly living in an era where if anyone is listening to the science is a little more questionable than it sometimes is. But, you know, the truth is, I think, you know, we know a lot more now than we did 2 or 3 months ago, but there's still so much that we don't know, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we still don't have a great understanding of exactly the ways that this spreads. One of the questions that I'm really interested in as an economist is we will look back on this someday, and eventually people are going to have some models that are going to allow us to calculate sort of the cost per life saved of the approaches that we use. And it'll be really interesting to see how that compares across countries, as well as the other risks that we obviously pay to reduce. And did we, you know, expose, did we spend too much or too little on this? I think the jury's out on a lot of these things.
Well, I think, you know, everybody's fighting right now, which is part of, you know, the stages of trauma, right? When you have something horrible that happens to you, there are 5 stages of trauma that you naturally go through, right? Some people go through it faster than others. And I don't think that they prepared the country for this very well, that we are going to have that questioning, we're going to have that anger, we're going to have that doubt, we're going to, and all of this has to happen in order for us to do what? To regain trust and to rebuild, right? So I think, again, this reset button, I hope that it resets to the way we think about our education process, how we can better educate ourselves for the future. And like you said, to maybe be more proactive on our economic foundation, right? To be less lazy about thinking about it, but planning. I mean, you can't plan. I guess you can now. You can plan for a pandemic now, like you said. You know,
Well, actually, we can plan for those. I mean, I studied. It was one lecture, but when I was in college in the late '60s, early '70s, there was a lecture about we're going to have another pandemic, and how to think about it and how to prepare for it. And we've had a series of pandemics. We had since the 1917, 1921, we had the Eisenhower era flu. We had MERS, which is still around. It has stayed in the Middle East. We have SARS, which is apparently pretty much vanished, but isn't gone in the sense that the virus is completely gone. We had the swine flu, which clearly, you know, shook up Obama, a man who was very deeply into getting science memos. You know, he would get 2-page memos and say, "Why is this a 2-page memo? I need like 16 pages on this." And he would stay up all night reading these things. But it clearly shook him up. And we need to do more of this fundamental thinking about predictable events and how to prepare for them. And that includes things like volcanic explosions and tsunamis. You know, we now have buoy systems all over the world. Whether they've been economically efficient and effective is another question. I don't think we know that yet, but we certainly have the warning systems. And we're going to have volcanoes and earthquakes and disasters like the pandemic. And we need to be thinking more and spending more money on developing our knowledge base and our capacity to respond quickly when these things arise. And that includes having managers who are expert in this.
You know, I agree with you. And I guess, you know, we got to spend money on a lot of different things. But one of the things that I guess has concerned me, and maybe even the past 2 or 3 years, because like you said, we've seen the coronavirus keep popping its head up over the years, and we've yet to continue funding the resources that it needs to maybe stop it. But for some reason, we put all this money into space, right? Millions and billions of dollars into space that we could be putting back into taking care of our Earth first, right? And I love, don't get me wrong, there's nothing better for me to sit down when I'm really bored and watch some of what's going on in this space and the new photos coming out. I mean, those are cool. But right now, I wish we would take all of that money and concentrate it into how we can make our society better.
Kimberly, a lot of that space spending, though, benefits us directly.
It does.
The Europeans have much better weather forecasting. You want to know where hurricanes are going in the U.S., don't pay attention to ours. Pay attention to the Europeans.
I mean, I would only. Oh, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, there are a number of things that we've learned about our planet from space research. I mean, this is a minor point, but rogue waves are real. They're not something made up by crazy sailors who survived. But Jeff, somebody wrote a very good piece in one of the science mags I take on the tracking capacity and accuracy of the Europeans versus the Americans on hurricanes coming to the U.S. And it was really quite dramatic how much better they are because they have put a lot more money into this science, especially into the mathematical modeling, because there's so many data points when you're looking at a hurricane.
Yeah, I was just going to reframe Kimberly's point a little bit and say, you know, I'd rather not have to choose between taking a little bit of money we spend on this kind of science and spend it over here on this kind of science, instead of saying there's a lot of things we spend money on federal government that would be better used spent on science of all kinds, whether it's you know, space science and physics and astronomy, or whether it's, you know, health and studying pandemics. You know, the spending money on sort of fundamental science is the ultimate public good, in the way economists think about it. It is something that it's underprovided by the private market. It benefits everyone when we learn from it, and it's hard to, you know, sort of exclude people from that knowledge once it exists. And so it meets all these definitions, and it suggests that something that very much ought to be funded in a big way by the public sector. And you know, there's some hope that this will be a bit of a wake-up call around that. But again, I'd rather, there's lots of other policies I'd rather spend less money on and fund space as well as pandemics, rather than stealing from one to pay the other.
Jeff, I agree with you about that. And I would fundamentally argue the way we need to change our debate is from worrying about today and thinking more about tomorrow. One of my trademark lines is that if you listen carefully to the Republican tax policies, their argument is that we don't have enough investment in America because the rich don't have enough and they're not willing to invest, therefore. So we need to get money to them. And the way to do that has been cutting social safety net, things like that. But the other way to look at it is we're focused way too much on, do you have enough today, rather than, will we have enough tomorrow? And if we think more about, you know, beyond my lifespan, which if I'm lucky is 20 years to go, if I'm very lucky, we need to think more about 25 years out and 50 years out and where we want to be, and less about where we're going to be in the next 90 days. I'm a big critic of the 90-day mentality that we've put into our business world. You look at the privately owned businesses in America, Wegmans, which is based here where I live in Rochester, New York, which is privately owned, and how they expand and grow and create wealth rather than creating momentary money through manipulating things and not building up an underlying asset base that keeps producing wealth.
Yeah, there's no question. We've got a problem with short-termism, both in the public and the private sectors. It's certainly true in the U.S., and I think it's true in a lot of other countries around the world. I mean, you know, the psychology literature shows there's two kind of decisions that people really struggle with. One is decisions that are far off in the future, and the other is decisions in which there's a lot of uncertainty. And all the big decisions that we're facing right now, whether it's the solvency of you know, entitlement programs, whether it's, you know, climate change, whether it's how we prepare for pandemics, incorporate both of those. You need to take a long-term view, and it's highly uncertain. And we as a society, as well as individuals, just have a really hard time dealing with those kind of questions. And as much as as much as I love the U.S. system of government and our democracy and so forth, we're not particularly good at doing long-term planning. I mean, I think long-term means 2 years in federal government, and from a budget standpoint, sometimes they look out 10 and then they play games with what's outside of the 10.
Well, their budgeting mechanism bothers me as well, because they're not the best budgeting people in the world, and their habits kind of rolled over into the corporate industry, which should have never happened. And their philosophy of, if you don't use it, you lose it. And if you use a little bit more, you get a bigger budget every year. Truly, I think, ruined a lot of corporate America. Because they started taking on that philosophy and then spending more money on useless things that they didn't need to do just to meet a budget or get more money. So I think their practices need to be reset as well. If you look at their budget system, it's
I've got to get off because I have a radio show to do, but I want to leave you with one thought to think about. Maybe we'll take it up next week.
Absolutely.
The word entitlements. If you're entitled under tax law to defer paying taxes for 30 or 40 years, and I've revealed a lot of the devices to let you do that, that's an entitlement just like Social Security. And we should think about entitlements broadly, not in the political sense, but at the economic sense. If we look at entitlements as an economic issue, not a political issue, you come to much different observations about what's an entitlement.
So just for the record, David, I'm just going to say I didn't use that term in a pejorative sense. I used it
I didn't think you did
in
at
the
all.
technical sense of the benefits that people get are based on a formula, not based on annual legislation.
I agree with you about that, and I understood what you were doing, but I wanted on this show to bring up this. Let's have a talk about entitlement.
He's giving me a reminder. This is what we're going to talk about next week.
I'd like to propose to you something for you to think and discuss it next week on Monday.
Yeah, would be a good thing. I got to get off. I'm sorry.
All right, take care.
Okay, I'll talk to you then. Basically, what I wanted to offer is, I think I talked about it on one of the programs last week, maybe. As something what we were talking about, investment in space and in sciences and everything else, believe it, who did excellent job was Russia. In right after Second World War, they were obviously a superpower, and they were competing with the United States everywhere, in space, in military spending, in rockets, in nuclear arms race, and everything. And you know how they did it? They had concentration camps. So all the scientists who invented all these nuclear arms and ballistic rockets and so on, they were all working in concentration camps. Okay, they had very good conditions there. They had enough food supply, and they could attend all kind of conveniences there. But it was a concentration camps. And you know what? When Russia started to falter, in fact, in Gorbachev's time, they started to dismantle concentration camps. And that's where Russia started to go apart. So the best model for a country like Russia, I'm not suggesting it for the United States, God forbid, or Brazil or anybody else, but specifically for Russia, the best system was a system of concentration camps. By the way, the only other country which did quite well was Germany in 30s and the wartime. The problem is, the only differences between Germany and Russia was the Germans for building concentration camps for other nations like Jews, Poles, Slavs, Hungarians, and Russia built them for their own people. That's the only difference.
That's interesting.
It's about the same.
I read a story on that just recently, so I'm glad you brought that up, because I'm going to go back and reread that story because it was very, very interesting. But what I want to talk about too is, what are some of the new curriculums that you see that might be coming out of what happened here? Some new directions that the educational system and universities might be focusing on?
Sure, happy to talk about that. Although I just want to say in response that those of us who care deeply about individual freedom and individual liberty are willing to perhaps take a bit less scientific progress if the only way you could get it is to it's the way that Alexander indicated. That's a pretty rough approach. As far as curriculum, I think when I think about it from a business school perspective, I think what we've seen here is going to elevate enormously all the principles around risk management as a field, right? We talk a lot about risk management from a financial perspective oftentimes, but risk management is really much broader than that, right? And I think it's more than just an insurance industry or what have you. It's all the risks that any enterprise, public or private or not-for-profit, faces. And those can be health related, they can be economic and financial market related. They can also be things like cybersecurity. They can be issues around privacy and so forth. And if you look across the world at a lot of the issues that have been problematic over the last couple of years, they've all got a dimension of how do you manage risk. And one of the interesting things is almost by definition, risk management done really effectively is very interdisciplinary, right? It requires, technical knowledge, whether it's about how viruses work or whether it's about how financial derivatives work or how climate science works. But it also requires, strategic thinking and leadership and communication and all of those things. So I think a lot of curriculum is going to refocus around that point.
So you know what one of the things that I hope comes out of it in the risk management is to do a lot more what ifs, right? I see a lot of risk management evolving in the past few years, and sometimes we take a lot of shortcuts and we don't ask enough what ifs. And especially in cybersecurity, which is some of my background, telecom, engineering, and we had to do a lot of road mapping those what ifs. And I think there needs to be more road mapping and planning. But I think you're right. I think risk management is definitely needed in this day and time, but not just for the economic foundation of what kind of insurance do we need. It's more for the preventive scale. So.
And also I completely agree. And when we think about training students, I think what this episode also demonstrates is that, we should have known there was a high risk that a pandemic was going to hit sometime during our lifetime, right? That David was talking about before he left. But the way we responded to this and the idea of shutting down the economy, that wasn't on anybody's radar screen even 4 months ago, right? So in terms of training our students, we've written in future business leaders, they've got to be able to think on their feet and be very agile in their approaches and be very resilient. Those are sort of fundamental skills for anyone that wants to be successful as a business leader going forward. And, those things can be taught. They can be taught through a mixture of classroom as well as what we call experiential learning that we try to expose our students to, where they're working with real clients on real problems, doing simulations, things like that. And I think we're desperately going to need much, much more of that in pretty much any field.
One of the best things that ever happened in my career, and it was very exhausting, but when I was very, very young in my career, I worked with the Special League of Engineers. We traveled all over the United States. But we had network switches, right? They could not be down 3 minutes because, a whole city could go down, right? So several things we learned in engineering. You always have a full, this kind of system, right? Always have a full redundant system. Always test your redundant system, right? Don't let it go months without knowing that. But knowing that I had 3 minutes to get something back up, where you're talking about reacting real quick on your feet, that trained me so much. Right, because we were told lives depend on that network switch, right? Everything in the city relied on that. The EMTs, everything. So we had a 3 minute return time, or it could be our job. And I liked my job. So, but it trained me. It trained me to think harder, faster, always stay ahead. Oh, I knew that switch inside and out. I knew it better than the people who designed it, because I would see the mistakes that happen whenever we go out. And it teaches you how to ask better questions.
Absolutely.
And so the training, I think you're right. I think if you could throw your students into some real life situations where they have to get something done in a quick amount of time is the best way to do this.
Yeah, so one of the things we've done at Geese is we now require every student, undergrad and grad student, to go through what we call an experiential learning course or program. where what we mean by that is a wide range of things, but at the core, they work in teams to work on real problems for real life clients. Those clients could be anywhere from, a Fortune 500 company to a local startup to a not-for-profit to a university. But they're forced into the situation, and often it's an interdisciplinary team, and they've got to figure out, as you pointed out, what are the right questions to ask to make sure I understand what the client's looking for, to deal with the unexpected, to learn how to communicate effectively, to learn how to operate in a group. Those are skills that, like we all know, are incredibly important in business, but they're hard to teach through only a traditional classroom environment. But what we teach in the classroom is really important. So giving these things together in the curriculum is incredibly valuable.
Well, that's awesome that you're letting them work on real life situations. And I wish we would have had that. I got thrown into the fire, but you're right. Knowledge. If you don't have the knowledge of how the product was engineered or the knowledge of how economics was pulled together, you're not going to be able to react quick. You're not. So, Ankit.
So, Jeff, what do you think about global exposure? Because people who do, or students who want to do their MBAs from international universities, maybe US, UK, somewhere else, they look for that global class and the global exposure because they must have done their trainings and job for maybe 8-10 years of experience of working in different countries in different companies. So how important is the global exposure? Because the second part of the question is that when you do an online MBA, you just meet people like the way we are talking. So how can we set up that global exposure? Because right now we are in a global world, and whatever you do in India, it can impact to US or any other country.
Absolutely. I mean,
that's a good idea.
There's a million examples of the importance of global exposure, not least of which is the situation we find ourselves in right now, where some virus appears in a market or whatever the source was in Wuhan, and the next thing you know, the whole world is closed. So we agree completely. So at the undergraduate level, we very strongly encourage study abroad, something like 60% of our undergraduate students do end up with a study abroad experience sometime before they graduate. At the graduate level, especially in our MBA program, and when we have students from all over the world, and we try to structure the conversations and the classes and so forth to really leverage that fact. So when people are in groups, actually one of the biggest challenges they have to figure out right away is when are they going to get together virtually as a study group when they have some, kind of like you guys, we have somebody in Asia and somebody in the US and somebody in India and all over the world. But they do learn to work very effectively together. And you can, a lot of the cultural in skills that one needs to develop, believe it or not, they actually can be done just by working with people, even if it's done virtually. Now, before the pandemic started, we also offered we call immersion experiences for our online graduate students, where we would say, hey, we're going to take 40 people to Germany, or we're going to take 40 people to Brazil or to China or what have you. And we'd spend a few days taking a deep dive in a particular industry on a particular problem in a particular country. And we'd have people flying from all over the world to do it. So I 100% agree with you. And the world has never been more globally integrated than it is today.
Well, and I think it's just going to continue. Go ahead.
And, do you suggest students who want to be an entrepreneur, they should go for a program on a business school, or is it for people who wanted to get employee under a big company? Because there are two different.
So we have, like in our program, we have all kinds, right? So we definitely have entrepreneurs in the program, but we also have people representing, I think something like 2/3 of the Fortune 500. Wow. So as well as doctors and lawyers and everything else. It's we view the program as teaching a fundamental set of skills, right? So we're going to teach you to think strategically, and we're going to make you understand finance and how to read financial statements. We're going to understand the principles of marketing and teamwork. We're going to teach leadership, creativity, and all those things. And frankly, all those skills are enormously valuable, whether you decide you want to, go start your own tech company or your own, music business, or whether you want to go back and, apply those skills for a large company for whom you work. One of the things that we really love about having in our MBA program, the online MBA program with these very experienced professionals, is they'll learn something in a class on Thursday and they'll send an email to the professor, a couple of days later and go, hey, that concept that we talked about today, I was able to apply that in a meeting on Monday morning, and it had an immediate payoff, right? So we think we serve both well.
And how important is the language and communication in these programs? Because people are coming from different diversities, different cultures, different demographics, and they come and discussing about their own best practices, businesses and skills and things like that. But the communication and language is always important in terms of doing right business globally. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so there are two ways to interpret what you mean by language. So I'll ask you to clarify. Do you really mean are they speaking English or something else, or do you mean kind of the terminology that they're using to describe certain phenomena?
Both the things. Both the things. English as a language and also the terminology.
Yeah, so our courses are in English. There's a really interesting question, though, that I've been thinking about for the last year or two, because we talked last time about the fact that this MBA program, it's affordable, it's accessible anywhere in the world. But there's a lot of people that don't have the English skills to meet sort of the standard university requirements. And I keep thinking, we're not that far from that being a total anachronism, because the technology already exists to do simultaneous translation, right? Yeah. And so our university, like a lot of universities, sort of has this view, understandable, that if you're going to have a degree from Illinois, you ought to be proficient in English. And so we test for that on the way in. But I'm beginning to wonder if that's really going to even be a relevant consideration in a couple of years, because I could, I put in an earbud and I have on my phone and I can go somewhere and have a conversation and have this automatic translation. That may obviate the need for language testing in the not too distant future. But in the meantime, our courses are taught in English, and people do have to have some basic English proficiency in order to.
Star Wars has definitely come about in that translation world,
It's a great analogy.
I was at the World Leaders Conference 2 years ago, the first time I've seen it on movies and stuff, but actually to experience it, I was at the World's Leaders Conference, and you tell them what English, what language you are and what room you're going to walk into, and you get the headset, right? And it automatically, whatever language they're speaking on the stand, it translates for you. And if you have a question, it reverts the it was beautiful. It was a time that I just to experience was different. But you're right, we're already there. We're on that top of the fence. When we can start executing it, it's very expensive, but I think the more we start using it and try to deploy it, you could probably start deploying it in your classes.
And I don't know if it's going to be 2 years or 5 years or 10 years, but as with most of these things, when they first come out, they don't work perfectly and they're expensive, as you say. But the need for this is huge. The benefits from this are huge, and I can very easily see that over the next couple of years, the cost is going to come down as the quality goes up. And I fully expect that by the time I retire, I'm going to be able to travel the world and go anywhere, not have to worry about speaking the language, as long as I've got an earbud and a phone.
Or transferring your currency. You're not going to have to worry about any of that, because all of that's going to be on a blockchain format. And so again, I was so blown away when I put the headsets on, and so it is here. I think it's time to maybe start, looking and maybe implementing it into the education system. I would have never thought of that until our conversation today, actually.
Yeah. No, it's something I'm actually quite interested in. It's one of those things that's hard to get people to really wrap their mind around and think about. If you've had for 100 years, basic requirements, or if you have a university-wide requirement that they have to have a minimum score on the test of English as a foreign language, those sorts of things. Those policies existed for very good reasons historically, but we need to start talking now about whether those policies are going to be relevant a couple of years down the road. I mean, it's really
think about the brain set that you could get in if you eliminated the communication problem, right? The brain power. years.
There's brilliant people all over the world, and not all of them speak English.
Exactly. You've just broadened your brain power by 100 times, if not more, but you broaden your options to bring them in. And it's just purely by getting rid of the communications barrier, because one of the biggest problems in anything is communications, right?
You bet.
So, and I think the big part of the educational part of this would be, you know, in implementing this into your school or anything, is it understanding that you've translated properly, but you've educated the person to understand the definitions of your tools, right?
Sure.
So like if you're talking about the definition of engineering, right? And you want to talk about LAPD, that when it's translated, they understand what you're talking about in LAPD. So just those kind of things, right? That they understand the terminologies. So I think it can be done. I think it's time.
Technology is definitely our friend on this. So yeah, go ahead, Ankit.
Technologies is available. There are a lot of things available, but we are not utilizing our resources to the fullest. And that is what we are lacking in terms of COVID as well. We have a lot of things to share around the world, the best practice, but we are not doing it because we are not thinking like a global world. We are still thinking like individual countries. And then there's a lot of politicization and things like that. And that's why we are not able to, come over it. It's been like 5-6 months since the COVID happened in China. But still, we are not sure what to do because we are not sharing the right information with each other. And we are struggling individually. But if we do everything in a group, it would be great. And that's where we require a lot of people who understand the technology, understand the blockchain, who understand the management and how to operate into the world. And also, Professor Jeff, we are surprised that we don't have a pandemic world association or an organization which manages the world pandemic. We have WHO, we have United Nations, but we don't have a pandemic world organization.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that I've found myself wondering about recently is whether when we're through all of this, whatever that means, whether it's going to accelerate or decelerate the extent of globalization and integration, right? Because on the one hand, we've all learned how interdependent we are, and the value of sharing information and sharing knowledge across countries and so forth. On the other hand, you know, we were already in a period of sort of growing nationalism in a lot of countries, including the US. And I think this may accelerate some of that because there is a part of the debate, a part of the discussion where people are reacting to this by saying, we just want to close our borders and sort of not let the rest of the world in, which is, of course, not realistic, but it can lead to, more isolationist policy. I mean, for example, President Trump, it's been written in a number of articles just in the last week, appears to be considering eliminating the optional professional training that comes along with a student visa for international students to study in the U.S. I think it's bad for the tech sector. It's certainly bad for higher education, and it's bad for the students that want to come here to study. But that is a direct reaction to the combination of the pandemic and the growing nationalist feeling that's out there. I don't have a crystal ball, or if I do, it's in 1,000 pieces right now because the world has changed so much in the last couple of months. But it's a big open question in my mind.
Well, and this hit us harder than any other scenario that has ever been predicted. Warren Buffett thought that cyber war was going to truly destroy us. And you had other people predict various other things, just regular war. But this really took down the world, not a country.
You bet it did.
And but we were talking earlier too. What I've noticed is I'm kind of taking a step back. Like you said, my crystal ball is kind of broken too, and I'm kind of taking a step back because I'm an entrepreneur at different levels, and I'm looking at the different countries, right? And I'm looking at how they dealt with it, and how they're like you said, we can go back and go, oh yeah, that's how I would do it. But how they're still dealing with it because they don't know all the answers, who's taking all the extra precautions. But what I noticed was the countries that were humbled out of this versus the countries who still are not humbled. And that's what has really just awakened me, is the humbleness that I have seen in different countries, how they kind of really kind of came inward and then rebuilt. But, you know, certain countries didn't humble out of this, like Russia. I do not see any humbleness in Russia. I do not see any humbleness in China. That you know, there's a loss of empathy in many, many ways. And I didn't see any humbleness in the US. And, because we're still living about like, oh, it doesn't matter, I'm not going to live my life in fear. Well, you might not live, but you know, because everybody puts me down right now because I'm refusing to travel to certain events in June. I'm just not going to, because one, I have what I consider a compromised immune system because of a very rare spinal disease. I don't want to put my life or my family's life at risk any more than what I have to. We don't know where this is going to go in 2 to 3 months just because we re-entered. But everyone has got this attitude of, oh, you're living your life in fear. You're never you know. And I just think the attitude of people just need to become a little more humbled if we're going to survive not just this, but survive the next one, because there will be another one.
Of course, yeah. Unfortunately, there will be, and let's hope that it's many years away. But the risk is always there. You know, look, I mean, this is a really tough period for everyone, right? We all understand why we did what we did, right? At the same time, we also need to acknowledge that came at enormous cost, right? And it's not, you know, I get tired of the old, you know, dollars versus lives. No, it's not, right? I mean, when you shut down an economy and you're throwing people out of work and you're throwing them into difficult economic circumstances, we know that over time that's also going to have a negative impact on mortality and health. So it's about balancing these things, right? And I'm kind of not I tend to not be an extremist on anything other than I'm an extreme centrist on most issues.
There you go.
And to me, it's all about trade-offs, right? It's all about understanding that there are costs associated that we need to recognize of trying to prevent the spread of this disease. And at some point, we just have to decide how much is worth it. And, you know, we've imposed probably trillions of dollars of global costs right now. My guess is there's going to be a ton of studies that come out of this. Even if you only look at mortality as the outcome, you're going to have some causes of mortality are going to go up as a result of this, and some are going to come down. And, you know, again, that's why it's going to take us a few years to really look back and understand, you know, who really did this right in retrospect. Whose crystal ball worked.
And maybe it's not a matter of who did it right, but how to move forward. Right.
Yeah.
So
yeah. How to prepare for the next one.
Right. And maybe, and again, I always tell people, you can always rebuild an economy. It's not going to be easy. There are going to be not lives sacrificed, though, hopefully, but there are going to be jobs that were sacrificed, household incomes, you know, and that's not good. But
companies that fail that won't be able to come back, etc.
No, and we talked about it earlier, was that the small businesses, especially the minorities, did not get any of the funding. They did not get any of the funding that was promised. You know, I read the stimulus, and Nick did a show on it with his team of people, but I read it, and I really didn't see that what everybody was talking about, you know, that it's bottom up. And but certainly what came out of it was the especially the small businesses, they may have gotten $1,000, and here's where they got hurt out of it. The stimulus was supposed to give at least a rubber stamp 10K to everyone. It was just, that's what it was intended to do, and it didn't happen. And then they made up a new rule and said, well, we're going to give you just a little bit of money per employee, right, that you show, which is not going to give you enough money to sustain. But they wrote a rule in there that if you got any money, then you didn't qualify for any of the other loans. So if they gave you $1,000, then I can't go apply for the other emergency assistance fund. So that's where they truly hurt the small businesses that they did give money to, because they only gave them $1,000 instead of the $10,000, and then they eliminated their ability to apply for another loan. So,
Well, going back to the point we were talking about earlier in the show around just being prepared and having a playbook, right?
That's important.
Part of the playbook has to think about these policies ahead of time, because when you're trying to throw policies together in the moment, there's always unintended consequences. There are always policy A conflicts with policy B, or you create some bizarre incentive, or you end up penalizing a group you didn't intend to. And that's why really taking the time to map these things out in advance so that you know what tools you have available is really, really important.
And you know what?
There should be a learning of how to get fail and then how to come back after that failure. Because if you can come back, and during this pandemic also, you know how to come back and how to live or maybe restart your business or life after the pandemic, or maybe something happened to you. And that should be one of the classes in business school as well, because business can fall down. Maybe because of bankruptcy, but because of a lot of other factors as well. A lot of people have closed their businesses during the pandemic. But now, if they know how to restart or reboot it, that's what we need to train, and we need to tell people, because today is COVID, tomorrow maybe something else. So we need to be ready with how we can, get back to work and get back to life and get back to normalcy.
No, there's no question that resilience is incredibly important, both at an individual level and in terms of companies. It's hard to do, though, if a small business person doesn't have the liquidity or had their wealth wiped out, right? And a big focus of all of this should have been around providing that liquidity to really to the whole economy, but especially to small businesses. I think it's just not going to be enough for many of them, unfortunately.
Well, it's not. I wish that they would take a look at an overall forgiveness to the people who do have money, that if they come in and invest in the small businesses, that they maybe get a huge tax break and there's no cap on it, just to get this rolling again, because it's truly the small businesses that build our economy. Everyone thinks it's the big corporations, but I truly think that it's the small businesses that keep our communities built up, keeps the money circulating. And, everybody has their idea. There's a room for, there's a place for big corporations. And but the small businesses, they shouldn't be suffering like this through this time. Like you said, if we had a better playbook, maybe I'm going to check out that game. I would like to see, I don't know about you guys, I'm not going to check it out, but I'm going to send a copy to Trump. But and to just say, hey, let's play this game a little bit. It might be worth it to have, because game playing, role playing, game playing, that's a good way to learn how to do things. Like I loved all kinds of money board games of money. Monopoly was one of my favorites.
Oh yeah.
Taught you how to keep a bank of money. So just those kind of things, I think we're going to have to, in the future, build those into our educational system. How are things going there in Illinois?
Well, so that's a big question, right?
It's not loaded, I promise. It's not.
This being Memorial Day weekend, people are, I think, really for the first time, people are starting to get out a bit more. The governor has a phased reentry in place, and he's done it by regions of the state, recognizing that, Chicago is very different than, say, Southern Illinois. At the university, we have not made any announcements yet about the fall, other than we're going to do everything we can to get students back on campus. But we've got to meet certain health criteria and get testing in place and all of that. So, it's still a very odd situation. We're all still mainly at home. Most restaurants that are still in business are primarily doing takeout at this point. And back to your point around helping out small businesses. The thing we really need to do to help small businesses is get demand back again. We need to help people to actually buy their goods and services. And so we've got to figure out how to do that in a way that keeps people safe, right? And that's why many of us have been so vocal about the need for testing, as well as the need for, wearing masks and social distancing, right? The testing, if we can't do testing, and this COVID is such an unusual season, so many people are asymptomatic. And so you can't just go by, they're not feeling well, stay at home. There's a lot of people that have it that are feeling fine. And that's why we need people to engage in some of these social distancing matters. And I was a little alarmed over the weekend in my social media feed to see how many people are like, you know what, if you're not feeling well, you stay home. If you're not comfortable going out, don't go out. But don't tell me what to do. And I'm like,
Yeah.
Dan, the point is, you might have it and not know it, and you're going to infect the person who actually has an underlying health condition, right? So
what about the stylist that infected 84 people? And how many? And then if you take those 84 people, because
right. And then they infect others.
2 week span, and but you got a point there. I will say this, given that Iceland had done such a good job, and they are a small population, right? A university is a small population, kind of the same footprint, very cozy, right? Maybe that's something to look at to see, because again, their testing mechanism was totally different than what anyone else did in the world. And like you said, yeah. And I'm going to share a story with you. We have a doctor that comes on our show quite often. He's one of the local ones actually here. And he tested a lot of people positive. He's been working frontline. And he tested a patient positive the other day in his small town. And he, gave them the directive that they were supposed to have: go home, stay home. We'll keep up with you, treatments, and in North Carolina, you have to sign a promise that you're going to self-quarantine. So he goes to the store later that night or the next day, and he's, the doctor's got his mask on, his goggles, right, doing all the right things. And he walking around the store, and we have this attitude in North Carolina: you don't have to wear a mask if you don't want to. And there was his patient in the store with no mask.
Tested positive, yeah.
No mask. And how do you think they made the doctor feel?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
I just treated you probably for free, and you just now infected the whole community. And he was heartbroken because it's a very small community where he lives, and two people, they were very proud because nobody had died yet, right? But they had just experienced 2 deaths in the same week, and one was a very young person. So everything that everyone thought this was in the very beginning, that's been put out the door. Like you said, we don't really know, but I believe in the testing. I really do. And you know what? You can get the test kits so inexpensive. That's one of the businesses I'm doing is, and I've learned the cost of these test kits at a wholesale price. There was no reason why we shouldn't have sent one to everyone instead of a stimulus package and said, here, a whole box for 30 days, test every day and then go to work. And if you test positive, go to the PCR test. It's like a home pregnancy test, right? It's going to be about 85% right. So if you test positive, go to the next stage and get tested again. But it's what they call screening. It's a screening. And
and we've got, like here in Illinois, some of our faculty at the university have put together a really good model to sort of forecast, say, a week or 2 out where the hot spots are in the state, like down to the county or zip code level. And they were doing this precisely to figure out where should we put resources for testing locations, right? Because if you know that an area is starting to have an outbreak, that's exactly, if you don't have enough tests, I'd love it if we could just send tests to everybody, right? But if you can't do that, you want to get them to the right places at the right time. And we've now got the capability to sort of do some prediction about where we're going to see cases. And man, if we can get tests to those places, we can make a big difference. And that then allows more people to start getting out, because we've got small towns and communities that really haven't been all that affected by it, and yet they're shut down too. Maybe we can let them get back to work if we've got the testing in place.
Well, the capability of getting the testing out like that is available. It is available. It's just not being made available, and it's very cost effective if it's bought at wholesale. But what I learned is from the price of the manufacturer to the doctor, it has like 3,000 times. 3,000 times. So they made it very cost affordable. Somewhere there's a middleman there, mostly government, getting all the money from it. And
what we can do is we should have a mobile ATMs or test ATMs basically available.
Mobile ATM.
Great idea.
With more, people with, so you can track through a mobile phone or a GPS, and you can test everyone maybe in a couple of days, and then you can roam that an ambulance or a car or whatever it is. I mean, to some other place, and that can be done. I mean, I don't know. See, we have done a lot of things in different ways, not in healthcare, but in other areas. We are not utilizing the resources. That's what I told you. I mean, everyone has a car, everyone has their motor and all those things, and we have money as well. We are just not utilizing it the right way. And I mean, politicians might be testing from morning to evening. They have to test every day about themselves, about their stuff, but they're not doing the right thing for the human beings and people around.
Yeah, you would have thought with several $1 trillion of stimulus money, we could have found enough money to buy some test kits. But
well, at the price of the test kits, we could have bought enough for every person in the country to test for 30 days. I already did the numbers. So at that amount of money, we could have kept people at work just by testing, just like Iceland did. Iceland that's all they did was keep testing people to keep them working. The problem is you have to order it, right? And nobody wanted to order it. But if you go ahead and order it, it's there. Again, a product like that ramps up based on orders. So there's no problem ramping up the manufacturing of something like that. You just have to place the orders. So I'm just saying it's something to think about as a dean of a university, to consider these things, or, if somebody you've got a small community that you could really make.
No, you're exactly right. So we have 50,000 students on campus. We have another several thousand faculty and staff, and then we're part of a community that has 150,000 residents. So it's a decent size, but we've got a task force working really hard right now to figure out how we're going to do testing, how we're going to do tracking when somebody does test positive, and track their social network, right? And by the way, there's some cool technology out there. So I was talking to somebody in Australia the other day, and they have a thing that on everybody's cell phone, if you're in, I don't remember the exact parameters, but say within 6 feet of somebody for 5 or 10 minutes, it essentially captures that information. And if you test positive, they then get an alert. It just happens automatically, right? If we can make use of testing and that kind of technology to map down the networks and then have a set of protocols in place, the hope is we can be back and we can be educating students again and all observe social distancing.
Have you talked to the person who created that technology? If you did, if you could send me that information, I would appreciate it.
So the person I talked to isn't the one that did it. There's somebody who I'm on a board with who is in Australia, but I can find out the name of it.
I would love to speak with them very much. Thank you. Yes.
Jeff, can I ask you a very quick question? A few months ago, I saw Warren Buffett on CNBC, and somebody asked him a question. With increasing of annual debt of the U.S. government, could U.S. go eventually bankrupt because of inability to serve the debt? And his reply was, how a country, the only one country in the world which has the ability to print U.S. dollars, can go bankrupt? It's just impossible. Okay, if he is right, and most of the times Warren Buffett is right rather than wrong, let me ask you this. In the last 3 years, U.S. debt, since Trump came to power, the U.S. debt increased from $17 trillion to 25. Now, with all the talking about all the kind of projects, the road repairs and infrastructure and everything else, most likely either Trump or somebody else will increase the deficit to, say, $35 trillion. So this is really in cards. If you could go in 3 years from 17 to 25, so nothing can prevent you going from 25 to 35. So how that will affect everything what we are living in U.S., how it will affect the life of U.S. citizens?
Yeah, so it's a great question, and I will tell you that the macroeconomic community is having a pretty lively debate over these topics even before this current pandemic. Because if you go back a dozen years ago, the Great Recession and the financial crisis, We poured a lot of money in at that time, and a lot of people, including myself, thought that would have led to inflation by today, right? The real risk of there are two big risks that come with that kind of spending. If you're putting too much money into the system, you risk inflation, and if you are running up too much debt, the concern is about a credit crisis. That if at some point the creditors begin to doubt your ability to make good on that, then they can lose confidence in the federal government as a
You'll print
lender.
even more money. There's a way to fight that.
Well, but
crisis.
but that's the problem. You've got to believe there's a limit, right? And the problem is we don't know where the limit is, because if you're just printing, let's suppose we printed, $100 quadrillion, right?
Yep, exactly.
We haven't actually changed the productive capacity of the United States. So you've now got all these additional dollars chasing the same goods. What adjusts during that time? Well, suddenly you have massive inflation, right? And so that is the risk. And a lot of us, I think, are puzzled by the fact that we haven't seen inflation take root. And actually, if you look right now at some of the inflation indicators, whether it's you look at the spread on nominal versus inflation index bonds, if you look at inflation expectations of professional economists, those kinds of things, there's not a lot of evidence that this massive debt we've got right now and the increase in the monetary easing that we've had in response to this has led to a lot of inflation fear. So that suggests we probably can do a little bit more. But I think if we're going to do more, we need to do it with the understanding that this game cannot go on forever. And what frustrates me is during the good times is when we ought to be showing some fiscal discipline. So we've got dry powder at times like this when we need it. And the problem in the United States is that we're not particularly good about our fiscal discipline even during the good times. So yeah, is 35 trillion the number that would set off a credit crisis? I don't know. Maybe it's 26 trillion. Maybe it's 50 trillion. I don't really want to play that. I don't want to gamble on that is the problem. So on that note, I'm going to have to run.
No, you have to go. Thank you. I was just texting you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. I hope you join us again, Jeff, because
I enjoy it. Thank you.
Have a great day. Happy Memorial Day.
You as well. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hi, guys. Wow. What an energizing conversation today, right?
I wish I'd heard the whole thing.
What?
I wish I'd heard the whole thing.
You can play it back. It's VOD.
Yeah.
That's true. I forgot.
And Nick does that. Nick says sometimes he just makes it into a podcast. Like he'll just listen to it. He doesn't need to watch it. So, in fact, Nick's idea is, I don't know if the world would like this, but he kind of wants to take our shows and embed them into a podcast scenario. But I'm like, you could do that anyway, just by hitting play and put on the headset. I do it all the time. I do it with Alexandra May's show. Sometimes I'll do it with Sasha's show. But sometimes I like to watch Sasha because they show the chess moves. But no, it's just yeah.
Was the last one last Saturday?
Last Saturday, I didn't get to watch because I was sick. So
yeah, when you will get better, please.
I am working on it. I know you guys don't see it, but I have been sick for a few days. But I have learned a long time, unless I'm just like really, really just can't breathe anymore. I have learned that if I just get focused on something, and just kind of stick with it, that I feel better. I might collapse afterwards, but I feel better for those 4 hours. So.
Irina Krosh talked a lot about her fight with coronavirus, and believe it or not, she's not well 100% yet.
And she's not? I'm sorry to hear that.
No.
I will tell you this. I took Dr. Markowitz advice. I hope he comes back to visit us again. But I got the quercetin because I didn't want him to come back and say, you didn't take my advice. Because I kept saying, I'm just not getting better. I'm just not getting better. And I know it takes about 3 weeks. I just started taking it this week. So this past week, right? And maybe it's mental, or maybe I was just ready to get better and then I got sick again. But I I do feel that difference in an energy level, right? Even though I'm feeling sick everywhere else, I'm feeling that that little perk that I needed, and I'm going to keep taking it. I added beetroot to it, so the nitric oxide that Dr. Yu was talking about that he could build with the machine. I decided to go ahead and get it through beetroot and try it, and I'm hoping the two combine because beetroot is really, really good for you. It opens up your arteries. So if you think you come from a family history of heart disease, this could be really good for you because it naturally opens up your arteries and allows the nitric oxide to flow through better. So
Where do you get beetroot?
it's everywhere. It's over the counter.
Really?
And yeah, there's another name for it called nitric oxide. And my first experience with it was one night when I wasn't feeling good, again, down in Miami. They have all of these like supplements and alternative foods. And somebody handed me a bottle of beetroot, like, here, try this. And oh my gosh, I'm like, did you put caffeine in this? He goes, no, do you feel better? I go, yeah, like I feel like everything's flowing better. Like I wasn't struggling to breathe. And but everything seemed to be flowing better. And he goes, yes, that's what it does. Beetroot is good for that. Bodybuilders are very familiar with it because they call it nitric oxide. And so they use it. But no, it's actually, I don't know why medical doctors don't prescribe it for patients with heart disease. I really don't.
So it's a liquid that you get.
I got it in Miami as a liquid, and it tasted really good. I bought it as a pill here because I can't get it as a liquid around here. I've called all around to see if I could get it as a liquid, and nobody carries it as a liquid. So
You should listen to Irina, what she suggested. She's drinking it every day.
what is it?
And, I don't remember all ingredients. Honestly, my wife was trying to write it all down, but I don't remember because I was doing the interview. But it's very tasty. When I was listening to all the ingredients, wow, it's really tasty drink. And I asked her, is it really tasty? She says, yes, I really enjoyed it. It's fantastic drink. I asked her, what if she would add some cognac to it? Would it be even tastier? She says, no, well, maybe I should try it.
But I've been increasing my intake because they're in season. My intake of blueberries, which is quercetin, which is So I'm not a big fan of capers, and I'm not a fan of them. I brought it up to my family. Why don't you start cooking with capers again? And I go, no, you hate it. No, we're not ever doing it again because I used to raise a big fuss. I really don't like capers. Please, if you cook with capers, just cook mine without. But now I'm just, even though I don't like them, I'm considering, putting it in my diet for healthy reasons. If I had known about beetroot and all of what it does for the arteries, I would have been taking beetroot years ago. So, it's just.
But do beets themselves do the same thing?
Yeah, you got to take a lot of them. Yes, but you got to get a lot of the beet juice out of it.
Beets are fantastic, but a lot of people don't like them. I just happen to love them.
If they're cooked right, I think they're fabulous. They're not something I cook, but other people know how to cook them or pickle them, pickle beets.
You can also have beet. We have a lot of beet kebabs as well. So we use it with potato, and then we make some kind of what you can say a snack, and then we can use. And also, a lot of people use it in their while making a cake. So they use the color of the beet, and then they make a cake out of it.
Wow, I didn't know that. I would like to get that recipe. So yeah, there's just so many new things I'm learning since I started this show, right? And it's not just the book knowledge that I'm getting out of this. It's all the unique things that are going on all over the world.
And I'll tell you, in India, you'll find the pills of all those vegetables which are available, including tea and coffee. So we have pills of all these things. It's just that there are a lot of companies and we are not marketing it the way we should, because natural way is always good than those pills. But those pills are in the market. If you name any vegetable, if you want a beet or if you want a green tea or whatever it is, they have pills available.
Really?
And I mix. Well, I buy my spices already mixed in my tea, but there are some spices that are just really, really good for you, like ginger. That are naturally good for you. Cinnamon, nutmeg. I mean, all of these things, they carry anti-inflammatories.
Cinnamon water.
Cinnamon water.
Yep.
See, and why do you take cinnamon? Is there besides you like it?
Well, basically, my wife was talking to someone I can't remember who said if you put cinnamon in the water, it's very good for your health. So she bought sticks of cinnamon from I don't know whether it was Sri Lanka or wherever they came from, and we actually got them from our store, from our dollar store, and so she bought a whole pile of them. And we just put them in a carafe, keep it in the refrigerator, and when we want to drink water, we just pour it out of the carafe. And you can't really see it now, but it has a slightly brown cast to it, and it's terrific. I'd have to ask my wife. Look, she's the one that teaches me, and just simply says, "Do that," and I do it.
That's. That's the smart way, right? That's the smart way. Just let them do all the research and you trust them. One of the things I found out about ginger, which you can even do it in the ginger candies, which I like ginger candies too, or just eating plain ginger, is that it's great for people with arthritis. And everyone I know that's ever had arthritis that has done the ginger candies, they say that their arthritis almost feels like it's gone, And I was starting to get arthritis pretty bad about 10 years ago. So I started doing the ginger candies, and I really don't feel it. My joints they don't stay as inflamed. I notice it more when I quit taking ginger.
Really?
And so
my wife has that problem.
Same thing goes with if you take a basil and put it in water, and that is also very good for health.
Yeah.
We generally do it whenever there's emergency or things like that, whenever someone is ill at home. And also during this pandemic, we are having basil water every day. And that too in an earthy pot. I mean, it's not the refrigerator. We have an earthy-made pot, a pot made of mud. And it's naturally cool, basically. So we keep a couple of basils and then we just drink that water.
See, and that's what I'm learning through these conversations. It's not just our business, but our personal things that we try and do. And I add them. When somebody mentions something on the show, I'll go see if I got it in my pantry. If not, it goes on my grocery list. And I'm going to try just cinnamon water. Now, there's cinnamon in my tea mix. So that's one of the things that has always been in my tea mix.
But you can get the cinnamon.
Go ahead.
Yes.
No, I was going to say you get the cinnamon sticks right from the dollar store.
I know.
Yeah,
Right?
So and you get lots of stuff from the dollar store. Let's do that segue because I got to go out and finish. So
and we got a show getting ready to start in a minute.
Sure. So anyway, for the people who are the viewers, because Sasha knows this, we have an online dollar store. We ship to your home, right to your doorstep for any price. But if you buy more than $25 worth of stuff, we ship it for free. Unfortunately for Canada, we're not going to get it there fast, and it's going to cost a little bit more, and it's going to get stuck on in Border Patrol, as Sasha knows. But we have some great products. Look at all the Johnson's products. And
the reason why this is up is Ankit and I were talking about the cost difference between what the dollar store sells it versus what you get at the store. And it's actually it comes about the same. Some stores sell larger volume, but when you break it down by the ounce, it's pretty much, this is a better deal. Check this out.
Yep. Masks. I just bought a whole box of them yesterday. 2 days.
And it's a heck of a deal. And I'm going to tell you, it is a heck of a deal because even wholesale prices are more expensive than this. So some of the wholesale prices that they're selling to the medical industry are cost more than this. So.
Yep. So we are really excited because we're supporting the mission of Money Masters, which owns IBM.TV. It's to provide financial education, to narrow the gap between the underprivileged and help them get out of poverty by using financial education. We're really happy to support Money Masters. We give half of our profit. So if people shop at our store, it's a multiple win. Number one, it gets delivered to your house. Number two, in all likelihood, it's going to be a lot less expensive. Number three, you don't have to go out and worry about getting COVID. And number four, you're supporting the mission of Money Masters. Now, you're going to have to buy soon because I know Kimberly's going to buy all the Minion napkins out.
We're going to have a Minion party when this is over.
When it's over. So anyway, I'm really thrilled that we're here and able to help you out. I know that you've got to take the program on. Wish I could have heard Jeff Brown talk a little bit more, but
go click on IBM.TV and watch the post air. Or I think sometimes we have separate segments of each person that visit us, but you can just kind of fast forward to where you see David K. Johnson and Jeff talking, which was a fabulous conversation of these two worldly experienced people in financial areas. So, and David said we're going to do an essential talk next week. So I'm excited about that. So
great. Good.
Yeah. But thank you so much, Lynn and the Shepherd family for donating to us. You can go to the IBM.TV, push the big green button, and I guess we got to sign off because we got another show getting ready to start.
Yeah. And thank you for joining us today. It's time to sign off, and we'll see you tomorrow on our Celeb Tuesday with a lot of guests. Celebrities around the world, both from Hollywood and Bollywood. And keep tuning on IBM TV and do watch all our shows on www.ibmtv.com. And thank you very much. I'll just play the quick ambassador video before we sign off.
कोरोना वायरस से कैसे बचेंगे? ओके, हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अथू अथू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
Thank you for joining us, and bye-bye. Take care.
Bye-bye.
And
Bye-bye.
To our next show, which is a radio show on IBM TV with Mark Lee, which is starting in a couple of minutes. Thank you.